Alright. How we feeling, y'all? Hi. Oh shit. Oh no, don't look at that. No. Totally not a fan work of someone that I admire. Totally. Totally not. Um I don't even know why that's even there. I should probably delete all that. Um Hi. How's it going? I'm here and I'm ready to draw. For what I'm drawing, I don't know. I'm trying to think of what I can draw because I'm not gonna lie, I'm running out of things. Well, no, I'm not running out of things. I just don't know what one thing I want to focus on right now. Like, what I do want to do is draw some people that I admire, or like totally not to get their attention. I'm joking. I probably won't, but mm. As I'm trying to think. It's there is this one person I do want to collab with, but at the same time, I don't want to be a creep about it. Even though I posted a comment on his video today and he responded, but not to my Twitter DM, which is fine. I'm just, sometimes people don't check their messages. I know I don't for Instagram at all because people just mostly sent me reels. I get it. I really do. I need to practice my own chibi drawing style. Like my hand doesn't actually move because my hand is tied to like my computer. And I'm not drawing on my computer. I'm drawing on my tablet. So when I draw on my tablet, it does not draw or show it up on my hand at all, which kind of sucks. But it is what it is. Hmm. Just thinking about how I should draw these peoples. While I'm waiting for my special guest to come by. Because people be busy. They have things to do. I believe they should do them first before coming to hang out with dumb little me. Hmm. Let's see. It was Baki Choice Soy with the soy. Birthday as a recent, if I remember correctly. On March 30th. Funnily enough, that's also one of my other friends' birthday. So we specialize in pixels also. Alright. I'm trying to look up references on my other screen. Not with. Oh, 'cause I have a cool image in my head, but I don't know how to bring it to fruition. Of like a character, like maybe bathtub would be more accurate of a character in a bathtub with like a Baki Choi with soy, just something simplistic. I don't know. At the same time, I don't really know this dude much. But oh, my computer keeps blacking out. Just keep blacking out, bro. I'm trying to think of something cool. Okay, I'm gonna just go. Something like, a bowl. Maybe like a TV here. Scrunched over himself. Little controller in his hand or something. He's scrunched up in a ramen bowl or something. Right here it just says his name, Baki. Maybe something like that. I feel like there's no shame in using tools like these. Hold on. Let me get this. That. Ah, yeah. Now we are cooking. Back. Wait. Oh my god, stop. There we go. Oh my god. There we go. We got his little bowl done. I feel like it's very small bottom, but it's fine. It's whatever. Alright. There we go. And then special brush. Now rounding it out a bit at the edge. Rounding it out a little bit. Alright, now that we have that, we can literally cheat. Oh yeah, now that is looking like a screen. Yes. Wait, I need to duplicate that. I can't move that shit. And then we just do. Okay, 50. And then 50. No, let's divide that by half. So it'd be 25 if I could keep a fucking steady hand. Okay, maybe a bit further back. Well, let's try 50. Let's see how 50 looks. Oh my god. No! I fucked it up! Alright, let's try 100. And then 50. They don't have to know it doesn't fit. They don't have to know. Alright. Wait, did I put... I didn't put it on another layer. Fuck. Okay, it's okay. I could just erase the one that exists. Oh, okay, wait, I had the ruler still. Oh my god. Only with me will there be anxiety with drawing. Or really in anything. Oh my god. There we go. Now that looks like a proper monitor, right? Go away. Okay. Yeah, yeah. That definitely looks like a monitor. There we go. Now we have a full monitor right there. That let's see, 15%, 50% more off your car insurance. Hmm. Oh no, not that. No one should hear. I'm trying to keep a positive, anxiety-filled stream, and that is a video something negative. Like, why did my tracking do that? What the? Oh, I got a notification. Oh, it's Dr. Nova. They're posting something else. Oh my gosh. Let me edit my message for someone really quick. Probably shouldn't have done that, but God, I've just been so anxiety filled of having someone's response, and I'm just one more message, and then I'll probably just drop it. I'll drop it. I don't want to like overhaul this person with a shit ton of messages, because honestly, I hate that too. But I mean, 2 messages ain't bad, right? I don't know. I'm gonna just continue with my day. Alright, let me grab some references of this man's. It's going that way, so I tried to do it with the brush, but I was not on the brush. Probably should have duplicated the layer first. Oh. Hi. Hold on, let me just do that. Hi. How goes? Are you ready? Good. Goes good. I ready when you ready. Okay. Let me just up. Hold on, I need to do so many things. I almost lost the screen of which one I was using. Hi! We're here, and now you're in the TV. You're trapped now.
Ah! Ah! Get me out! Ah! Let me out of here!
You're fine.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of cozy in here, actually.
Yeah. You're just in a TV is all. For entertainment for everyone across the multiverse to see.
Oh, okay. No pressure.
No pressure, yeah. Okay, it's only like, I don't know, one person here. Do you want to
Well,
be in the TV or do you not want to be in the TV?
I'm fine. I love this TV asset. I think it looks really fucking cool. You did a great job on it, and yeah, I love the idea of having the guests in the TV.
Alright, cool, because I definitely did not forget something when I drew that. It's the antennas.
Oh!
I forgot. The
Okay.
hands are in place, but there's no antenna.
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
You can see the little hands just ready. There is nothing.
They're retracted.
I'll put them eventually. I forgot to do it today.
It's all good. The sentiment is clear, and the intention is here, and I'm all for it. It's super cool. It reminds me of Space Ghost Coast to Coast, which is, I don't know if you're familiar.
No.
It was back in the day on Adult Swim, like old Adult Swim. There was
Old
a
Adult
show,
Swim. Okay.
yeah, called Space Ghost Coast to Coast, where they'd use, Space Ghost is an old cartoon. They would just use like clips of that old cartoon, and they'd have this like overblown like it's a comical show, it's just this like old cartoon talk show host, like the old cartoon was a thing that he acted in, and now he's a late night talk show host. And they would interview real people, and their faces would be on like a TV. It was kind of funny. It's kind of cool. I didn't really watch it that much. My parents watched it a lot, but I just remember some of it from back in the youngin' days.
Youngin' days. Shall we get into what we were talking about before
Yes.
stream?
Yes, we can get into it. Let's get into it. All right, so
All right. You're gonna be broken
recently
free from the TV, by the way, unless you don't want me to show the pictures yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can. I'll introduce it. I'll introduce it, and then we can move to the pictures and stuff.
All right, introduce it.
So, I get a lot of things will come up in my life that'll just like completely reroute my creative aspirations. Just sometimes like the wind blows and it just has me going off on a tangent, and I try to limit it as much as possible, but the ADHD life and all that stuff. But I try to keep things around so that I'm not just like constantly doing things and then throwing things away, so that even if I jump off from something, I'll have something to go back to. And this is kind of one of those instances. So more recently, I was doing like design document stuff for one of the ideas that I talked about on here already. But more recently, I got reconnected with something I made a long time ago, which was a quest that I did online. And Quest, it's like if you know Homestuck, it's similar to that. I think Homestuck eventually stopped taking user input, but initially it was like you would go into a forum and be like, "Hey, do this." Um,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, I made something similar in function that I called Minimum Wage Hero Quest.
Hmm.
Which was about a fast food worker that finds a dead body in the lock-in freezer.
Fun.
And they're like, "Whoa, how did that get there?" And it turns out there are monsters afoot. And so it's about that. It's about that situation. I never finished it, but I just kind of did it on a whim for a while. It was probably a few months that I was like drawing pictures and taking requests and stuff. Um, but yeah, so this thing that literally 10 years ago, that I kind of worked on. I don't recommend looking it up. The writing is awful. I mean, I think like what happens is good and the dialogue is good, but like the narrative writing sucks. Like the way that I structured it. I think the dialogue and the things that happened are interesting and entertaining. But how I wrote it was kind of poopy. Um, but regardless, apparently, all those 10 years, there were people that like remembered this thing and like were really interested in it. Which at the time, like I could see people talking about it in, in the because if it's a quest, like there's people that are playing it, so they are interested in it. But I guess it just never really hit me that like people were that interested. Like it was a thing to do, but I didn't think people would like take it with them. But apparently they did, because like 10 years later, I had somebody reach out and be like, "I remember this thing. It was so cool." Like all this. I think it goes to show that, you know, I don't know. You never really know like the full impact that what you put out has on people. But yeah, so if you did want to show some of this 15-year-old art, or not 15, 10-year-old, it was 2015.
All right, and I
Almost
guess
10 years
you'll
old.
break free from the TV box because I feel lazy of just putting it there. But here we go.
Let me out. Yeah. Okay, so because it was user submitted suggestions, the users decided that her name be Lysol McDerby.
Lysol McDerby.
Yeah. So if you were named in IRL, in real
Lysol.
IRL, if you were named Lysol, you probably wouldn't like tell people your real name. You'd probably use like a nickname, right?
You would be bullied mercilessly.
Yeah.
Especially into doing the cleaning. Going like, okay, Lysol, come over here. Clean the shit.
So she did use a name that wasn't Lysol, but because this stuff is like improv, you don't want to completely disregard the suggestions that people put, So I wanted to kind of like go in line with the realism of the situation, which is like you wouldn't go around telling people that your name is Lysol, like like you just wouldn't. You would have a nickname. But so she's like talking to her coworkers, and she's going by Liz, right? and she tells her coworker her name, and he's like, Liz. Oh, uh, back where I used to live, I had a friend named Liz, and she used to huff cleaning products, so we called her Lysol Liz. Actually, you know what? We'll call you Lysol. That'll be easier.
Should I pull up the picture of the her holding something? And it just said cross out
Oh,
Lysol, Liz.
the yeah, because after that interaction, they were just calling her Lysol. So her plan of going by Liz didn't work. She's not actually threatening people to call her Liz. It's just part of the situation. It came up.
I mean, but out of context, it looks like she's threatening.
It does, yeah. And maybe deep inside she kind of was, but in that situation, it's kind of basically, they find this dead body in the freezer, and they call the cops, and they're told to just like stay put and wait for authorities to get there. And it's stress. It's a very stressful situation. Eventually, InSync comes on the radio, the store radio, and they start to kind of lighten up a little bit. And then like a mysterious man shows up in a suit and says that he's with the cops, but he's totally sure, yeah.
This one, right?
Yeah. Says he's with the cops, but he's totally not with the cops. And, it's the classic thing of like weird shit is going down. And basically, it's people are trying to cover it up, and you're not safe. You're not safe with the cops. You're not safe with the monsters. You're just not safe in general. It's just not a good place for you to be in. And so he says that he's dedicated to kind of helping out. Oh man, it is coming down. He's dedicated to stand in between, to step in between the occult and the people trying to cover it up, and try and help the innocent people in the middle. That's kind of what his real motivation is. And yeah, it's there. There's monsters and stuff. I didn't post any of the monsters, mainly because they the only pictures where they show up are like super violent. I don't know. I don't know how Twitch is with that, but I decided to maybe.
It's art. No, I would have to put the like warning beforehand before showing anything like that.
Let's bypass that. Just because. Just for now. There will be violence in the future.
We could say it, but we're not showing it because it's too late.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I will say that these monsters, there's a picture of like one of them eating someone's face. So that's not good, That's not a good thing to happen. So the premise of this and where this was all leading to, I never quite got there in this quest. But it was leading to kind of, this central character eventually kind of joining in on this idea of like, hey, let's, swoop right in the middle of some weird shit going on and make sure that the people who are trapped in the middle actually get out and are able to live, a free life. And she ends up getting kind of involved in that. And the idea was to have someone that consistently, because she kind of moves city to city and she continues working, fast food, retail, basically entry-level jobs, to basically, make ends meet while she's being kind of invisible, So I wanted to make a character that at the time I was working a fast food job. Because I actually, so this was around the time where I had broken up with the first girlfriend I ever had.
Oh.
And I was like, I don't care what job it is. I just need something that is like pressing enough so that it's completely taking my attention, because otherwise I'm just gonna sit here and be miserable, you know?
Mm.
Yeah, it's gonna suck, but like I need something. And so, I kind of had this like fucked up symbiotic relationship with working fast food, where it's like, yeah, this sucks and I hate it and I don't want to do it, but also like it's distracting me.
Mm.
Uh, so in that angst, I create this thing that wasn't very angsty. Like it was, it was kind of jokey. It was dark in subject matter and in the way it was drawn. A lot of heavy like blacks and everything. But thematically, it was like it was fun. It wasn't like super like everything sucks. But
Yeah.
it was there was a little bit of that angst in there. Um, but yeah, I kind of taking that job as an inspiration. Because I don't know, sometimes you get inspiration from things that suck, and you're like, damn, that sucked, but you know what? I want to make something so that people going through that thing can have something.
Mm.
I don't know. Sometimes when I make things, I think about it like that. Like, what would I want to see right now? You know?
That's how most great things are created. Because it's
Yeah,
something an artist wants to see.
yeah. Uh, and so now that I'm not working fast food, but I am working full time, like kind of customer service ish. It's not full customer service, but there are elements. I think some of that, so the time squeeze that you have when you work a full time job,
Mm.
that got my mind kind of back in the area. And then of course, somebody like reached out and said, "Hey, I really like this thing. I really want to see more of it." And I'm like, "Okay."
Okay.
and and that brings us to today.
Hmm. Do you actually want me to tell you a small tidbit of something for like my
Sure.
own Mesa story?
Yeah.
Because my parents used to actually it's nothing to the extremes of Mesa at all with all children like working at a restaurant. But my parents also used to own restaurants, multiples actually, of their own businesses around the city where I lived. Um Slowly, of course, all things must come to an end, no longer around. But I did grow up in an environment where, my parents owned a business, and because I was still little, I wanted to help because I wanted to be the good kid at helping out my parents with their work so that, spend more time with me and all that. So, if anything, I know firsthand what it's like to, like, not exactly be in the workforce in a family business like that because I wasn't old enough, even though I tried my best to be. Uh, but I just know how it's like growing up and seeing everything behind the scenes and all that, which also kind of inspired the Mesa story in its own right. So it's a
Yeah.
little tidbit for you and anyone else that is listening into this later or now.
I think that I think it's always really fascinating, uh, the kinds of things. I mean, it's fascinating, and you know, it makes sense when you look at it and think about it. Just the things that kind of stick with you, that kind of carry throughout creating things. You know, like core inspirations or through lines, creative through lines that kind of permeate through anything that you make.
Mm.
Because for me, well, first, I mean, I've always been a sucker for underdog stories.
Hmm.
I always like to make very vulnerable characters that, you know, overcome their means. Um, Not through like divine intervention, but through like figuring it out on their own, like, and with the help of friends. You know, I think that's very powerful.
That just reminded me of a quote from what was it? You know the movies of the Beverly Hills Chihuahuas? I
Yeah,
literally
I
thought of
know
the
of them.
quote, "We are tiny, but we're also mighty. We may be tiny,
Yeah,
but we're mighty." And it's like that is peak underdog in my opinion.
yeah. No, that's exactly the kind of stuff that I really like. And I mean, I think there is a part of it that I am kind of like that I get kind of bitter about, where I'm like, there's a lot of popular stories are about people who, you know, they get like a this power, you know. I mean, there's the
Mm-hmm.
superhero genre is, you know, it's kind of dying out now, but it's still huge. Um, and to me, that always felt like, I mean, like, yeah, like they have their own problems, sure, but like they can like fly. I don't know. That's pretty cool. Like I,
Mm. Like they
you
have their
know,
own
yeah,
set of abilities that makes their lives a little bit easier, but also a little bit harder.
yeah,
Like,
like they have issues, but they they are inherently special compared to the average person.
yeah.
Um, you know, and it's like, all right, you know, I get it. You know, you go through struggles too. That's that's great. That, I mean, it's not great. That's bad. Uh,
This is bad.
but I kind of want, you know, I kind of want stories about people that go through struggles, but like don't have like super abilities.
Mm.
Because I want to see them navigate them. Because for me, I'm super narcissistic, and I'm like, if they can do it, I can do it too. That's what inspires me narratively.
I hate that
Um,
I also have the mentality of if they can do it, I could do it too.
is that another thing? Put it on the list of things that.
I swear, this man is like my clone over here. Like, we are too fucking similar. Still with different experiences, but we come to the many similar conclusions about things. It's nuts. That's the reason
Well,
why I've
it's
actually sat down and started VTubing too, because I see many people doing it, so why can't I? So I sat
yeah,
down,
yeah.
put this shit together, etc.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I think when it comes to inspiration, that's a great mentality to have.
Mm,
Sometimes it can bleed into the, because that mentality can be negative in the sense that you know, you would compare yourself to, because I find myself sometimes, if I let my mind just wander, I'll be like, oh no, I'm not doing enough. This other person is, you know, doing this and that and that, and I should be doing that, and I should, you know, it's like
yeah,
it it can be a double-edged sword on that. So it's just a thing you gotta kind of remember to keep in check, you know, not
I
to compare your
wholeheartedly
experiences.
agree.
Yeah, it's tough, but just something to keep up with. Um, so yeah, that's why I make stories about uh, people that are, I mean, remarkable in the sense that they're like a unique human being. I think that's pretty remarkable in its own right, but not very remarkable in the sense of like they're just kind of trying to survive, man. They're just living like they're working a normal job, you know, just living,
Trying to just trying to put
trying to
food on the
scrape by.
table. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's kind of, I mean, even with the Mittens character, it kind of permeates for me. You know, it's like, I mean, it's still metaverse, so it's still way out there. But
Yeah.
I tried to make it as like subdued as possible. It's like this person that just lives like out in the sticks, and they're a part of this cult, but the cult is like very kind of very cultish, where it's like, yeah, they attract people, but it's like not it's not like it's not huge, it's not small, but it's like, there, it's a thing, it's a thing that existed. And yeah, the character themselves, pretty average person. They write poetry. That's pretty cool, if I say so myself.
You literally just made a character off the meme. He just like me for real.
He just like me for real.
Yeah.
It was a since it was my first character, I wanted to like grab some things, because I didn't write. I wrote some poetry because there was a character in a comic that I was making that wrote poetry. But I didn't really, I wasn't like, this is the thing I want to do. It was just like, well, I should probably do this because, I'm gonna have to show a poem that they wrote at some point in the comic, and if I try my hardest, I could at least match the poet prowess of a 15-year-old, because the character was 15. If I try my hardest, I study. But yeah, so like that was something, since I was already doing it for a character, I was like, you know what, screw it, Mittens writes poetry, why not?
I mean, it's right there, might as well do it.
Yeah.
It's
and
like...
then I started, bringing it IRL into things. And that was just an interesting experiment, really.
If anything, I want to know more details about that, of you going up on stage.
Oh yeah, of reading poetry on stage. I mean, it was kind of the typical thing where it's like going up there, you're really nervous, and like the second you start talking, it just goes away. Like the nerves just go away. Because you have something that you've thought about saying or reading or performing, so once you start it, then you're locked in, so the nerves kind of go away. Starting it is a little bit of a barrier. You get up there and it's like, oh, especially if you haven't really done a lot of stage stuff, you're like, because nobody says like, and go,
Yeah.
So it's kind of like this thing of being like, oh, I guess I'll just start. But yeah, it was interesting. I kind of felt like the first time I did it, afterwards, I felt like I didn't really feel anything. It just sounds like I didn't feel like I did it, and then like people clapped and they enjoyed it, and I was just kind of like, oh, I guess I did that. But like, then I did it a second time, and I was like, there are parts of it that I really like. Like one of them is if you get going and you start to kind of get people invested in the things that you're saying, like hearing because it was at a bar, so you know you're never really, it's not like you have like an audience that's like coming there to see what you're doing, so people are going to be, you know, talking, do their own thing, as they should,
Mm-hmm.
because you know it's a bar, but if you really key, like if you key into that, you'll hear like a hush fall over people as more and more people start like listening, and that feels really good.
Because they're actually listening to what you have to say.
Yeah, and then I found out that like, hey, if I do this, people have to listen to me. That's why Peyton was born to be on stage.
Peyton, no. Peyton was a manifestation. And me at 12 a.m. going like, I could RP, yeah, I could do improv and talk to people. Yeah, let me put a character together of some basic things and some shit that I know I can talk about, aka photography. Because what was I doing at the time? Taking a photography class.
Yeah, I feel like we did do similar things in that regard, of like taking something that you're doing in the moment and just being like, okay, I'm just gonna wrap it into this character. Why not?
Yeah. Yeah, although for me, I just literally went with the concept of, because everyone is so fabulous, so pretty, you know, like all these magical cool powers. Let me be like the most boring motherfucker in there. So when people look at me, they either don't think anything much of me, or they're like, wow, this is the most bland person I've ever come across. Let me find out more. Like it would be a contrast of the opposite of sticking out. Because in the normal world, if you were to have like a sexually Tumblr man sticking out like in public, he'd stick out like a sore thumb, right? So if I did the opposite in the metaverse, the shame should apply, right?
So for me, it 100% did. I saw you, and I was like, yo, this character, cool as fuck, because they're not special.
They're not special.
I vibe with that. If I didn't have the Mittens model before I started RPing, I probably would have opted to do something similar to that.
Yeah. To be honest, me being a small deer was only like the entranceway of me peeking my head through the door going like, is it okay? Is it okay for me to make a human model yet? I got this shit. And then I busted out the Peyton model as soon as I figured out how to make one. Because initially I didn't just go with booth or presets or anything like that. I actually did sit down and make everything myself for the first Peyton model. Like everything was custom, other than the face and the body features in Vroid, but like otherwise everything's custom. And then it started evolving into me getting lazier and then just getting stuff online. Because I don't have time to make everything custom.
That's the thing. Because for me, I feel like I love like dipping my hands into different things and like learning different things. But a lot of the time, you know, I'll do something and then I'll just be like, okay, I've done it. And I don't really, and then I just don't do it again, you know, or I'll yeah, like, I don't know. So like for me, it's my relationship with modeling is different. Like it's more like I'm more ready to do more custom modeling just because I spent a lot of time, like a lot more time with it. So it's just kind of this normal thing. Um, but
Mm.
there are a lot of things that I do exactly the same thing where it's like, okay, I want to like, I'll put a lot of time and effort in making like a super custom thing, and then once I've done it once, if it's not something that I'm like, okay, this is a thing that I'm gonna like, this is gonna be a part of me, then it's like, all right, well let me just like I did it. Let me just help myself along here. It's like
Mm.
everything is like super time consuming. I ain't got time for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get you. Um, I'm excited. I'm excited for more. I got the glasses. I like they work. Like I can set them down, like in
You
the
followed the
world.
tutorial, right?
Yeah,
That's
I'm
great.
happy about that.
I'm happy for you because I could
Now
never currently as I.
now I have to proceed to like never take them off because like Mittens wouldn't just.
Oh yeah, he's
I
gonna
have the
show them big old
capability.
eye bags that he can hold his groceries in. I'm getting all that
Yeah.
melatonin.
I have the capability, and now I have to like stop myself from doing it just to do it. It's like I'm like, oh, new function, I want to do this, and then it's like, well, in character, I can't. So,
What about the hat?
um, the hat, not yet. I can't take off the hat yet. That's gonna be a little bit more involved because I have to do some things with that. I also want to tweak the model. Um, I might remove the jiggly bones or the physics bones on the coat
Mm.
because it's cool, but like it clips too much. And I don't really know. Like I could tweak it a bit and see if I can get it to where it doesn't clip. But there's already like colliders and stuff, but it's still clipping. So it's more of a
Mm.
weights issue then at that point. And I'm like, how much do I really care about this?
I care about it because I want to just swipe the hat off. I'm not gonna.
Oh, the hat will have jigglies. I'm talking about the coat, like
The
the
coat,
physics
yep.
bones on the coat. Yeah.
But for the
The
hat
hat
though.
will be able to be removed. I wanted to do this thing. I don't know if I'm still gonna do it, but because it's like a beanie, I wanted to like, so grab it to take it off and then like make the model that's on top invisible, make the ears visible, and then make the model for him holding the hat like a scrunched up beanie, so it has like jiggly.
Mm.
Um, because it's a beanie, it doesn't have like a solid form. So I might do that. I probably wouldn't be able to set it in the world like that because there's not going to always be colliders where I set it down.
Mm.
Although I could have another variation that's just flat. And then when it gets put in the world, it'll just switch to that. That might be cool. But we'll see. Anyways, all roads lead to RP. It is my obsession right now.
Yep.
And yeah, I think my first. I think making that. I was gonna like I've wanted to jump into doing worlds. I think making that cart will be like my olive branch into doing worlds, since I'd be using some of the processes that I would use for making a world for that. It's gonna be crazy. That model of mitten is gonna be insane because it's gonna be super optimized, but I'm gonna be able to pull out like a whole fucking cart.
Yeah.
It'll be guaranteed under 50K triangles.
Under 50K.
Guaranteed.
I don't even know what the limit is for some lobbies.
Let me see. I haven't looked at the limit, but they're super high. So I'm golden. I think let me take that one.
Oh yeah, I've also been meaning to ask, why are you offline?
Oh, am I? Oh, that's right. I am offline.
On Discord.
Eh.
I've been confused about that for like a few days now, going like, okay. That's cool, I guess.
It, so I set offline because times when I'm like, I'm going to bed, I'll go to bed and then I'll get up again and then I'll go to bed again and then I'll get up again and then I'll go to bed again.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I don't take my ass to bed. So just in case I put myself to offline because, you know, look, I like talking to my friends, but this is for my health. I gotta like make sure that I don't like get myself caught up in anything. So I like if I get up to check, because usually when I'm getting up, I'm like checking on things. Like if I posted something, I'm like checking, like, did somebody reply? You know, but I like limit my interaction because it's like, okay, look, you gotta fucking go to bed, and it's not always a problem, you know. But just there are some nights where I'm like, okay.
You want me to tell you
do I
a
need
secret?
to turn off my computer and pull out the plug? What's up?
You want me to tell you a secret?
Yeah.
There was one time where I yelled at you to go to bed, like on stream. And then when I turn off stream and then go back to Discord, I see you online. I'm like, this motherfucker.
That's fucking exactly why.
Yeah, I was super close on like cussing you out in a friendly way, going like, take your ass to bed right now. But I'm like, he's his own person. That's his choice. But I will talk to him about this later.
I honestly, I probably would have appreciated that. I probably would have been like, you fucking sniped me, I'm gone.
Now I wish I messaged you going like, go.
So yeah,
But
there are some nights where it's like, okay, no. I have to just go.
Yeah, but there's also sometimes the next day you forget to turn your offline status to online and you're just offline that whole day, and I'm like, I don't know if he's online or not. And it wasn't until you messaged me while you were offline, I'm like, either he's avoiding someone specific
So usually
or he forgot.
Usually I do that because I'm at work most of the day. So it's like, even though like technically I could send messages, if you send me one back, I will miss it because like I'll be like pulled away to whatever, someone called or whatever the fuck. So usually when I'm at work, I don't know, maybe it'll like show up that I'm on my phone. I don't know how this works, but yeah, I try to wait until, usually when I get home, I set myself to online, but then I saw you were streaming, and so I was like caught between it. I was like writing you a message to say that I'm ready, And then I saw you were online, and I was like, wait, should I say I'm right here? But yeah, that's what I do. But I've never had to do that to avoid someone though. So it's people don't message me anyways.
For me, I've had the opposite issue in the past of people would not stop messaging me, and it was like introvert hell.
Mm.
I'm just like, I would get like sometimes four different people messaging me about four different things, and I have to talk in four different tones for each
Yeah,
person.
see, that's what in my brain. That's what I'm like avoiding any possibility of, because I don't know, when somebody talks to me, I'm like, yes, hello, let's have a conversation. Yeah, you know, like if somebody just sends me a message, unless that
Mhm.
message is go the fuck to bed, then I'm like, I'm in. So
Mm.
just to kind of avoid that, I will sometimes do that. I don't always do it. Sometimes I'm like, you know, good about going to sleep, and then sometimes I'm not, and I just forgot. So
Mm.
that's
For me, it's
it's a
not
little.
even about sleep. It's just people come in waves, man. Like like there was at one point I was just literally vibing, talking with someone on voice call, and all of a sudden three people come out of fucking nowhere with three different things, like either a meme or something else. I'm like, holy fucking shit! I just sat down with my tea. What do you mean? And no offense
Yeah,
to
I
any of
mean,
them. I don't want to like push them away or
no,
anything like that. So
I,
like,
I think it's I think it's completely fun, because everybody, you know, you need time. It's not about like an individual, or it's like I was saying, like it's not really about like avoiding anyone in particular. It's just like, let me like collect myself. let me just sit with myself for a little bit, you know.
mm,
Um. So yeah, that's I get you. But for me, it's more of a it's more to stop myself from talking to people. Uh, because if I'm online, um, and it's like I'm online, uh, I'll kind of feel like I want to talk to people, or I'll feel like obligated, you know, because it's like, all right, let me just send messages out. You know, let me see how people are doing. Uh, so sometimes I get like sidetracked from things that I'll be trying to do, like going the fuck to sleep, or draw. I think the day that I was just like sitting and drawing, I probably was offline.
mm, you were.
Yeah, because I was like, no, I'm on a mission. Uh, but then I also wanted to talk to people. You know, I was like, because I was like, oh, I'm lonely. Oh, I'm tired.
Yeah, and I have been the unfortunate person who has learned of, okay, so when he's offline, that doesn't mean he's offline. Got it.
Well,
So
okay,
I
but
can message
you
you
know,
whenever.
you can. You actually can. You are one of the few.
Yippee!
I
I'm an
mean, technically,
exception.
technically anybody can, and I wouldn't mind. It's whatever. But they don't know.
I
They
get the
don't know
myth.
I'm I'm in the corner of Discord saying they don't know I'm actually online.
Meanwhile, I have the privilege of knowing, but I also have the privilege of yelling at you. I was saying, go to fuck to bed. You got work tomorrow. Go.
Ooh,
You don't want
ooh,
to be
speaking of
tired and
which,
survive on energy drinks and coffee like I did. Or like snacks from the snack machine, man. Like, go to fuck to bed.
Aw.
I know how it's
S-
like.
Speaking of which, I actually got Thursday off this week. So, Orlando.
Oh.
Boom. I won't like have to wake up at like fucking 6 a.m. and it's already like 3. Cause yeah, that was
Oh my gosh.
that
That
was
one,
that was a rough
one
one
time.
last week. Holy shit.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, that was a rough one for me too, because I think I had a birthday party that one time we stayed up until like my time 5 a.m.
Oh,
I'm like, oh,
we
I
need to
guess
be
I'm going in with 4 hours of sleep.
we need to be accountability buddies. Okay. I I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you just directly on Wednesday before we go to Orlando Soccer. Do you have anything to do tomorrow? And or are you able to sleep in? And
Well,
if that answer is
I
yes,
usually am. It was the one of rare occasions where it's like, oh, it's someone's birthday party tomorrow. I had to get up semi-ish early so I can take a shower, get ready, pretty doll myself up a little bit. Not really. To go hang out with some friends. So like that was like the one rare occurrence that just, oh, I'm actually fucked. But usually I'm okay.
okay.
Trust.
Okay, I trust. But Friday, I will set. I will still have to. I'll have to set it. I'm like switching out days because I'm working from home on Saturday, but I'm taking Thursday off to do that. Like completely off. So actually, no, never mind. Because I'm working from home, I can just fucking sleep in
I was
until
about
it's
to
like a
say,
minute
going like,
before I have
aren't
to clock
you
in.
your own
Yeah,
boss
yeah,
at that point?
yeah. I don't have to like commute anywhere. I just get up and press the clock in button.
Yeah.
So that I'll still be able to stay up then. Never mind. I mean, I'll probably still set an alarm, but it'll be
So it
pretty
doesn't
late.
go up until like 5 a.m.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, all right, guys, I have to go to work.
And then I'll
Bye.
be the only one able to call you up going like, wait a second. Wait a damn second. Jeez. I like how we've just had Lysol up for like a while. Should I go
Yeah,
through
I
the
mean,
rest of the pictures?
Yeah, you can do the newer ones. There is a picture of that I haven't shared. This is a stream. Well, technically all these are stream exclusives. All of them. Well, not the Quest ones, but the newer ones.
And this is minimum wage 1. My god, it's big.
It is big. It is actually big. Yeah. I've had experience with making comics, and film, which kind of like goes into it. Weirdly enough. So yeah, I've leveled up a little bit in terms of visual storytelling. That is what Lysol looks like 10 years later.
This?
That, yeah, the one that I, yeah, Yeah. I posted her on Discord.
Wait, another
So I
one.
haven't shared that one. Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah.
Look
Yeah, that's
at
what she looks
her.
like 10 years later.
I got the improvement. My God. Holy shit. Not only that, I noticed that with these recent sketches, you've gone to a lot more of a bold approach with your line strokes.
Oh
Like,
yeah, that's my. I'll tell you about an artist that has influenced me. So their name is Ashley Wood. They draw a lot of risque stuff. Okay, so there's
I'm about
nudity
to pull
and,
them up, but I'll pull out
yeah,
my phone.
they draw a lot. I mean, they draw stuff that is not risque too, but they have drawn a lot of risque stuff.
What's your name again?
But Ashley Wood.
All right.
One of the things that I like about their style is it's like very loose and very like they can do super immaculate paintings, but more often than not they do really like loose, really bold kind of designs that looking at it feels very like freeing to me for someone that like gets very perfectionist. So this kind of style is like me intentionally going against that. And like the style of the thing is very punk, so it all works together. Lysol is gonna have a jacket that has like she's taken the patches everywhere because she moves around and works at different fast food places. She's taken the patches off of like her fast food fucking uniforms like when she leaves and puts each one on the back of a jacket that she has.
That's I love that for her. Like honestly, as she should.
Yeah. It's her way of like both leaving that experience behind and like owning it. But yeah, it's something that I'm working on. I got a lot of work today. I was actually just like yesterday I got a lot done. Yesterday was a fucking, despite working, I used every fucking minute. It was one of those days. And I felt good about it. I didn't feel like, oh my god. So yesterday I was drawing this and then also working on Mitten's model. But yeah, I'm gonna take a different approach with this. I've tried to do the choose your own, like I've tried to do quest things on Twitter, and it's just not a good format for that. Specifically if you have like a lot of writing, like if you have to write like a description, it's like, okay, well you only have like what, like 100 something characters. It's like
I think you can only increase that if you were I don't know, I think you have to have the blue check or something like that from what I see from other people.
Yeah, if you have blue check I think you can do it, but yeah, I like, for me that is like, well, if it pays for itself, maybe I would do. Like if I started doing quests on Twitter and people were like, oh, this is amazing, you know, it like pops off, then I'll be like, well, okay, like I guess if people like doing it in this format, then fuck it. But you know, I haven't had like my experiments with quests on Twitter.
I'll be the first one there though. Be
Yeah.
the first one, like, like those awkward like moms or like aunties that like got a soccer game
There
or something, like wooing from the sidelines. That'd be me. For you. I like
there's a there's a comment on my comic that is from my dad, and it just says, "That's my boy."
that's my
And I'm just like, "Thanks, Dad. Thanks."
thing that I appreciate. That's so much.
But this one's gonna be kind of hybrid. So it's gonna be like a comic that is within that kind of like Twitter image post size. So this will just like take the whole thing and just be like, here's a page. And then, a few comics in, I'll have like a choice. It'll be like the like Telltale Games of online image-based quests. Like, it's not a question like every action, but it's like every once in a while you'll get like input. And I'll see how that works. I think maybe for the for a format like Twitter, that might work better. But yeah, that's a little bit of about my my humble beginnings. Maybe I'll go back even further one of these times, but that's what I'm working towards right now. And the mitten stuff as well.
And the mitten stuff. Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about?
I did want to ask you about if you have any common themes that you just kind of gravitate towards in creative work.
In creative work? Well. That's a difficult question to answer, actually, because I feel like I'm a fake artist half the time. Because I see all these people online with their large portfolios already kind of posted out there, and I don't really post a whole lot, nor do I sit down and draw a whole lot. I've focused my time largely on other things.
I know how you feel. I mean, I have things that like I've done, but I've never felt like it's only really recently that I've started to really feel like there's been an accumulation of things that I've made. But for like most of my time doing art, I've just felt like, well, I don't really have like a body of work. I don't really have a lot to show people. And yeah, I've kind of felt that as well.
Yeah. For me, in my case, I used to go to an art school actually in high school. So most of the stuff I had to work on was like realism type stuff, especially towards the end of the year. But at the end of the year, I kind of chose it, so it was, it was on me. But it's still like trying to get myself better out there. But the entire time doing it, I was not happy with a single one of the art pieces I had made, especially
Hmm.
because of the format of how the assignments were given out. I've said this multiple times.
Yeah.
But essentially, you have like an inquiry question. You have a question that you have to like not necessarily answer, but just a question about anything, and it's a long web of like questions about a certain subject. So if you were to do something about pollution, it'd be specific questions about pollutions and artworks, kind of, I guess, answering it. Not really, just exploring that like subject, but you can't switch off and do another random subject. You have to stick with that the entire year. So you have a bunch of bodies of works that are essentially surrounding one central idea.
Hmm.
And I hated it.
Yeah.
Because that means I couldn't really expand out, go over and like try other things because a lot can happen in a year and your mind can change a lot in the year, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't really think it's a good idea to necessarily do unless someone's severely like inspired by doing a bunch of works like that. But forcing a group of students to do so is not helpful. And I've done both the 3D class and 2D class. So like 2D, not as like photorealistic, and 3D photorealism in terms of
Yeah.
drawing, not actually like sculpting or anything like that. So like I've done both, and both were
Yeah.
bad, especially the
I
3D.
mean, it especially when you're that young. I mean, like it's it's kind of hard to like know what you want to explore like off rip like that, you know?
Yeah,
Um so yeah. Yeah, that does sound like that would have sucked.
it did, and it wasn't the teacher's fault. It was the curriculum that was kind of pushed onto them. I remember in my final year, I wasn't a part of fashion class, but the fashion teacher quit mid-year because of the amount of pressure and the amount of stuff that she had to take on from the standards of previous.
Hmm.
Because she had to manage a whole fashion show by herself when all the teachers that originally did the fashion show kind of retired and moved on. So there was a bunch of new teachers that didn't know what to do, and one teacher that was kind of doing the whole thing. Eventually left, and then the fashion students basically had to do everything and run everything by themselves. There wasn't really many
Jeez.
people teaching them. So it's just ridiculous standards, in my opinion,
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
attempt to create at least one person with a good cohesive body of work that they're passionate about, while the rest just kind of suffer.
Yeah.
Because each one of my friends, like, they were okay with it, but most did not like it. And it was just, we're all on the struggle bus consistently.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel like I'm a bit of a fake artist because I don't really have any artworks I could show that I like. Nothing that truly represents what I want. And I've been like in burnout for like a while and I'm trying to get back into drawing. But at the same time, I noticed that for me, at least how it feels like, is not necessarily my overall passion, if that makes sense. Because
Right.
I see people get sparkly eyed when they get like into drawing, but I don't. It's just something I could do, kind of thing.
Yeah. I've hmm. My relationship with drawing started it started when I was super young. Um, I wasn't really I didn't really have any expectations, you know, it was just a kid doodling. Um, I would draw my friends as Dragon Ball Z characters, which meant that I just drew like bulgy muscle person people and just said, "This is you," even though it looked nothing like them.
As
And
one
they seemed
naturally
to
does.
think it did. Yeah.
Drawing
Uh,
DBZ.
yeah, yeah.
Funnily enough, fun
uh,
fact about the school I went to, they specifically said no anime. Moreover, looking at DBZ to put in the
mm,
portfolio.
mm. Well,
Funnily enough.
that was my foundation in elementary school. I just drew little DBZ characters and would draw like my friends as DBZ characters.
Mm.
Um, I think I didn't start taking art like studying art until like probably middle school. That's
Mm.
when I started like getting into anatomy and like perspective and like all this stuff. Um, you know, values studies and things like that. And I kind of got like, because it was like my thing, like I kind of attached my identity to it. Um, and I was doing terrible in school, and so I was like, well, it's this or nothing. Which is kind of how I felt as a youngin. I was like, well, I suck at the school stuff, so you know, I gotta try this. I was basically full C's get degrees mode, um, and dedicated my time to doing the drawing stuff. And that was cool, but when you fixate on studies, you can get into this like, because you're given an objective, a clear objective. You know, you're trying to replicate realism, like values and like not, you're not trying to take a picture. Like, yeah, it's, there's still artistic influence, like no matter what, if you're drawing it. But you're trying to replicate it. So you have a clear like failure state, which can be good and bad at the same time, because then it, you know, it gives you something to compare yourself against, and when you feel like you're not progressing, it can just be like really frustrating. Um, but it's good in that, like, you know, it gives you things to do.
Mm.
And I did that for a while, but then I started to kind of get detached from the the creative aspect of it. Like, it was just studies, like 24/7. I was like, I want to get good at this. Um, and that I think for me almost killed it. I think there needs to be a balance with art, because the point is your own expression, like doing it the way that kind of you described, where you're kind of locked into this. It's like, yeah, you know, you are going to have to make commitments, like, but not like right out the gate. Like, I don't know, there should be a period of like exploration,
Well,
to kind of figure out
for
what's that.
us, it was like, because it was over the course of high school. So like in the
Mm.
first 2 years, it was kind of like not even doing what we wanted. We were just kind of told of what to do, of like exploring the basic principles of art. And then when we got into like the final 2 years, that's basically where they were like, okay, now you can kind of do what you want. But it was never fully doing what you want. Other than, funnily enough, my fibers class. Like that is the class
Hmm.
that I've actually had fun with. Like the type of like knitting, making paper. It was a variety of stuff that I was learning there. And the teacher was genuinely just like, so long as you do the thing, you could do whatever you want with the thing. And I'm like, cool. Creative freedom.
Yeah,
It's tasty.
it's important, it's essential, I would say,
Mm-hmm.
because otherwise you don't have an attachment to it, other than like, here's a thing that I am learning. um
Yeah,
and I
that's
don't
how
know,
it
I
was
can't,
with my main classes.
yeah, it's hard to stay motivated with that, and it just doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it's because it's mostly based off of like, I feel like, I don't know, contemporary art world or like the fine art world, you know?
Mm.
Like all these fancy pantses in like art galleries looking at artworks going like, I understand this, when they don't. Like it was primarily for those like gallery type events, because even our school had like a gallery type event of showing up all these artwork pieces, and depending on which grade you were in, you were required to put at least one. I think they changed that into putting, at least you have to put four
Hmm.
or three. depending on the grade.
That just brought up a memory.
Go ahead.
In middle school, they were gonna have this like gallery, and they were gonna sell. Like you could put your painting up, and then like it would actually like they would actually put it up for sale. And I was kind of just like whatever. I was doing some other project, and then the teacher was like, "Oh, hey, you know, we're doing this thing. Do you want to?" And I was like, I guess I'll just paint like a flower or something." I painted a flower, and it sold. And they wouldn't tell me how much it sold for.
What? What? What do you mean?
They wouldn't tell me. And I was like, well, shit. Fucking
Exploiting the
child labor
kids.
force.
Exploiting the kids.
Yo.
I think we've had an event like that too. I don't think my painting sold though. It was shit. Because I was like, I don't know, 9. I don't know where it is. I forgot what I drew. Actually, no,
like, it was only
I got it given back, which was probably worse.
It was only like when I heard it sold, I was like, well, shit. You know, like, well, I kind of want to look at it again, because at the time I kind of just made it like as a side thing, and I was like, you know, I guess whatever. But it's like, was it good? Did I accidentally make something good?
Did I make a masterpiece on accident? Like, what happened?
Yeah, you know, for art, I've had periods of time where I feel very distant from it. I'm
gonna just switch screens. You're going back to the TV.
Oh no. Okay. I actually, this is good. I like it here. But yeah, I think that for art, I've had times where I've felt distant from it. Like feeling like I didn't really. I've always felt like not like the traditional ways of approaching like being an artist. I just haven't vibed with. And I feel like, cause like I never wanted to really be an artist working on a thing, you know, like I've wanted to make things creatively, but like it's always the idea that kind of pushes me forward rather than the art itself. Like all the art that I've made has been in service of something else, like that I was making, like some story, something. Rarely, very rarely do I just draw to draw. It's always like, I'm gonna make a thing for this idea or for this thing that I want to do. And I just kind of like funnily enough, I think like when I was studying, I was the most like miserable with art, but also it was the only time that I was actually like just drawing to draw. You know, in a weird way. Like I was like, I just need to get better, I need to do these studies. And I mean, I guess technically that's not drawing to draw, but like I don't know, it was for the drawing itself. But definitely there have been times that I've questioned whether or not, because it's like I don't want to get a job like working on a TV show or something, you know. And I don't feel like I have like the portfolio for that, but also I don't think I want to do that. So there's always been the question of like, well, I don't know. It's this thing that I've done for a long time, and I think a lot of what keeps me to it is that I've done it for a long time. Like, that's not the only thing that keeps me doing it. Like, there is some creative appreciation for just art in there,
Mhm.
but there are definitely stretches of time that I get kind of disillusioned with the idea, especially when like things in life take precedence, and you're like, you know, you kind of cut down on things, and it kind of forces you to focus on these things that are like important. I've been trying to, you know, in my personal life. This is the Life with Mittens segment. In my personal life, I've been trying to more purposefully pursue things that like bring me joy. I think a lot of the time I feel so caught up in like this race of like meeting my own expectations and the expectations of other people that I kind of forget to like put emphasis on my own enjoyment. So yeah, I've been trying to more purposefully do that, and that's why I RP. That's why I you know, making time for stuff like that, hanging out with friends, and enjoying time. It's a very good thing. But yeah, I would never. I think that art is, to be an artist isn't like, okay, you do this thing and you just constantly do it. You know? I think that there were people back in the day that were, you know, pretty much they had to do that. You know, that was kind of their thing. And there are people today that, you know, they kind of hang their livelihoods on it. And so, you know, they have to. But if you're not in a position where you absolutely need to, I think art just naturally is something that ebbs and flows. It's not something that you can like force out. But yeah, I think you make good art for what it's worth. I've enjoyed the art that you've made. I also think you're versatile as fuck. At being a fellow crazy bastard. So.
Yeah, but you're crazier than me, man.
Yeah, but you know, this is the thing, you know, again, to bring it back, and I totally get it. You know, I kind of do it too, but like, you know, you can't compare your experience. I think we have these similar things, but different emphasis. I'd be curious to know though, what would you consider, like, what would you consider your main thing? Like,
what do you mean?
Like something that you come back to.
For creation, I mean, lately it's been Vroid model making because I just enjoy sitting there putting together characters that I haven't fully drawn out. So it's mostly that I've tried to been practice more with digital art, and I have an
Yeah.
easel across my room that's been staring at me for like a long time with my acrylic paints also next to me, and I'm like, I need to paint that soon.
Oh man,
I guess my versatility kind of lies in the difference of mediums that I can apply to anything.
yeah.
Because let me see. I've worked with, acrylic paint, charcoal, um, oil pastels, chalk pastels. I've done sculpture type works before. I've made a giant sculpture made out of popsicle sticks of like this tree house that was like 3 floors essentially. Um, which I had to throw away because my mom made me. Let's see what else. I mean, I made a roach out of plaster, like a
Oh,
cockroach. It
that's
doesn't look that good. In fact, anything, it's kind of missing its eyes, and it has the holes for me to put in the eyes, but I kind of forgot. So it's just an eyeless cockroach that's now on my shelf, made out of plaster. I've also made
that's
a out of popsicle stick a little, as I'm looking at my shelf right now, of like a little colorful TV bed bench. I've done collage. I'm tempted to pull up my portfolios from before of all the stuff that I was not satisfied with, but it was fun working with the materials, You know,
hmm.
pen, pencil, and that includes all the gradients of pencils, the HB, the 6B, the 6H, etc. Those pencils,
Yeah.
color pencils, crayons, which also has their own kind of little niche into it. Can't forget color pencils. I have a whole thing of Prismacolors, um,
Hmm.
which they are expensive. but
Yeah. No, I know. I know.
yeah. Let's see. I think I also have Oh, let me get up to see, check my, because there's one thing that I forgot what it's called. Hold on. I can't find it. But it's like this thick, like substance that you could also use with acrylic paint. It's like kind of like glue, but thicker kind of consistency. You can just paint on it or mix it with paint, kind of thing, which I used to make like tree bark on like a canvas before. You can't forget watercolor markers. I've even tried because sometimes I'm broke and I don't have watercolors. I just sit down and use the marker on like a plastic sheet so I can get color from there.
I mean, I don't know. It sounds to me like you're an artist.
uh, maybe. Oh, I don't think so. Because
I
I've worked with all these
so
mediums for like one artwork. Like that's kind of it. I feel like
so
a bootleg artist because I don't have things I
I
like.
haven't done I haven't done uh as many like traditional stuff, traditional mediums. Like I definitely okay, so I think it's kind of funny that you said you just had like an easel sitting in the corner of your room because I also
I'm a
uh
fucking clone over here.
but yeah, I've got I mean watercolors. I do have acrylics in here. Eh.
Oh
I
yeah.
was like doing ink wash for a bit.
Mm. I just also
Um,
remembered that I also dabbled in trying to make a plushie for myself. It didn't really
see
work out too well
that
because
stuff is
I
cool. I
I
always
don't
feel
know where
too
to start.
intimidated to do that kind of stuff. Like I've never done like sculpting. Like I've done 3D sculpting, but like physical, like
I've sculpted a
traditional
head
sculpting.
before. I don't
That's
know where it
fucking
is anymore, but I did, I think. It was such a long time ago.
Yeah, I've never done. I mean, I'm sure like I've had projects in like school when I was little,
Mm.
but like nothing like advanced. So like I never really.
I don't know what's considered advanced anymore.
Uh, I think like when you're really young, they just kind of give you clay and go like, just do it. You know? Like when
Yeah.
you're like a little kid, they just like make a thing. I don't know.
I
But
don't even
like,
think they hand kids glue, or not glue, clay now, because then they would eat it like glue. So that's why they have pieces of paper and say, here, you could glue it on with this glue stick and you are safe and fine. Only the trusted kids can be handling the scissors. They may be
yeah, the
safety,
kids
but
that know
they're
how to
not.
eat
It's
it
2 blades.
secretly.
Yep.
But yeah, I've got my set of acrylics and stuff. So I've done a little bit of traditional, but definitely not a lot. I feel like you've got a good spectrum there of traditional works.
Yeah, but it's, again, I don't really have a passion for traditional works because that's what I went to school for learning all those
Yeah.
traditional mediums. I have sat down and like stippled. Do you know what stippling is, by the way?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I have
did. Yeah,
stippled
I did.
a
I did a stipple
poster
thing.
size
Mhm.
drawing. My
Yeah, it
hand.
sucks.
That's the thing that I chose to do it, so that was on me.
Yeah. No,
And my
I
friends were
had
like,
a
"Don't
yeah.
do that shit again." You
I have
absolute
that
crazy pest.
literally fucking word for word that happened to me.
My
I
fucking
decided to
clothes.
fucking do stippling, and yeah, and I regretted it. Uh, for a project.
You know what the end result
Uh,
looked like to me?
Huh.
It was okay.
Yeah.
It was okay. Because it was the first beginning assignment where we could draw whatever we want. If anything, it was funny because basically draw whatever you want, but in like appropriating, I guess, like drawing a pose from like a popular piece of media, but different. So I basically, funnily enough, I drew Robin, and the pose of like Berserk of what's his name, Guts, when he has all his black armor and is cool like that, and, giant sword like holding
Yeah.
behind him. So I basically redrew that, but with her, and instead it's a scythe. It's geeky, weird, but it's also stipple, and I'm like, okay, I kind of like it. It's okay.
Yeah.
I messed up on the cheek though, like on the face cheek, because I was also applying like marker over it, of like gray marker, and I accidentally fucked up with the layering of the marker. So I'm like, just no one look at it. Just no one look at it.
I don't
Always
even
something I fuck up on the face.
for a while I would just throw away things that I made. Not like purposefully I would throw them away, but I just would like put them outside of my mind and then they would just disappear.
I can't because my mom has sat down and framed my artwork from school and put it in her room on her wall. And I'm like, I don't want to tell her to take it down because art is subjective at the end of the day. But at the same time, every time I go into her room to ask her a favor, I look back and cringe. And she's like, "Do you want me to take them down?" Like, no, that's your choice.
My
I'm
parents
trying
were
to
only
escape.
able to get one, and it's the most depressing thing that I drew or that I painted in high school. Like the most depressing piece. And for that reason, I'm kind of like, all right, I'm all right with this one. Because, like, I don't know. at the time I was like, and it's like it's kind of, yeah, I mean, like in high school, even in high school I was like feeling really shitty about like what I was like. I already felt like anxiety was keeping me away from doing the things that I wanted to do, and that it would like never get better. Like, I don't know. I was in a kind of a dark place in high school, because not only was I like doing bad in school, but I also kind of felt like that also. So I was just kind of like, I think art classes, like film and art, were like kind of my big escape. Um,
Mm.
so my art teacher was like, I had a really good relationship with my art teacher, which is, great because he would just let me do whatever. I would, as long as I was doing like a project, like as long as I was like, I like taking initiative, like I want to do this, so this is what I want to do and what I'm gonna do. He would just be like, all right, you know, as long as you have a project. So for that, I appreciate from him that he saw that and allowed me to do that. But there was this one instance where he was like, okay, there was gonna be like a show, and he was like, you should go. Like, so I wasn't in like AP classes. I was just in like normal ass classes.
Mm.
But his like AP students were going to this like thing where they're gonna present their pieces, and it was like a gallery thing. And he was like, hey, you should go to this thing, because you know you've got the passion and you're putting in the effort, so to do it. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll submit a piece. The piece that I made for this thing is like, I'll show it to you later. I have to take a picture of it. But it was like these creatures, and they're like going down this like almost this canal, and along the canal there are just people like tied up, like almost in like a cocoon level like amount of rope. They're just tied up in this canal, and they're laying down, and these creatures are like scooping them up to like eat them. And I was like, this is what like because in like they like interview you about the piece that you submit, and I was like, well, it's like about you know feeling, it's about anxiety and feeling kind of this inevitable force just slowly like coming toward, like going towards you to like eat you, and there's nothing you can do. You're like tied up in this like mass of ropes. And I think I did place, but I feel like it was the description that I gave, because I don't even remember exactly what I said, but it must have been so depressing that they were just like, give him like he needs this. He
He
needs
needs
this
this.
win.
Oh my
uh,
gosh.
but yeah, that was pretty much the only thing, outside of some like things from when I was like really really young, that my parents were able to sneak away from me before I just kind of like tossed it.
Mm.
But yeah,
For me, I just
that's
gave it to my mom, going like, "Here, go nuts," and so she did by putting them up in her room, and I cringed. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, which is sweet at
Y-
the end of the day,
yeah,
but
it is. It is.
it still doesn't stop it. It still haunts me at night. No, it's even funnier because one of the pieces is, funnily enough, about her. She
Oh.
doesn't know it. Because,
Oh.
no, it's not in a good light.
Oh.
Which is why I don't,
Oh.
which is
Okay.
why I don't want to tell her.
Oh.
I don't want to
Okay.
tell
All
her.
right.
Look,
I
every
got you.
person is flawed. So are my parents. Thing is, my
Yeah.
parents have a little bit of a tough time kind of accepting that. And
Yeah.
that's what one of the pieces was kind of a little bit about. Because in my senior year, final year, my artworks were just nothing but myself. It was about myself. Because I'm like, okay, that would be easy to go a little stress free throughout, you know, high school. Just make them about me. It was not easy at all.
Hmm.
Because it
Yeah.
wasn't even about me confronting like my flaws or anything like that. It was just me getting stuff done on time.
Yeah.
It wasn't even about that. Like, I'm fine with like putting my flaws out there. I put them out there, but like some of them, oh my god. But that one specifically, and she said that fact. I like this one a lot because you used like something of mine as a reference for this, and I'm like, I don't want to tell her.
Oh.
I don't want to tell her. It's not something
Hmm.
inherently god awful bad, but it's just something a
No.
little bit.
Yeah.
It would make her feel bad, and I don't want that because I love my mom. But
I get that. I get that feeling. Because I've written characters that like are, heavily based around like my parents, but not in like a way that's like fully embracing them, like just in like kind of a realistic way. And it's like, okay, well, like I kind of don't want to say anything because it's like,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And that one
Yeah.
is also framed up on her wall, and I don't have the heart to tell her at all. The rest of the other artworks are about me. One was about me graduating and how it feels like I'm on a conveyor belt. How we're all herded like cattle to get us out there.
Yeah.
Because that's essentially at least because the only experience I have is the American, um, y- education system. So it
Yeah.
really
Oh
does
yeah.
feel like they're hurting us out. Like, not only that, not only fucking that, the people that were holding the venue, like where the graduation was gonna be held, they literally said flat out to our face that the graduation isn't about us; it's about our parents. And I'm like, I did not stay up multiple nights for multiple night out, like all nighters for school work assignments of every class being an honors class just for this shitty ass person to tell me at the venue where we're holding our graduation that it ain't about us. Oh hell no. I was furious. I was so fucking furious. And even like one of my teachers made a comment about it, like when we were doing rehearsals and stuff for like graduation, so we wouldn't fuck it up. Um, Even he made a comment on that as like a fake speech that they would hold at the ceremony, but this one was just for us to hear because it was rehearsal. And he said some people would say it's not about you, it's about the parents. But I would argue it's about both because the parents had to carry your ass and you still put in the work. At the end of the day, they're still there for you. And I'm like, I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment.
Hmm. Yeah. 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 There's I definitely have my own misgivings with the American education system.
Yes, I
Uh
have hands to throw.
yeah, I mean for me it's just like the fact that like at such a young age they basically forced me to just be disillusioned with the whole thing. Just completely. And it's like I don't know, like it just kind of fucked. It's fucked.
Dude, it's gotten so bad that someone like me has sat down and done the research and looking further into like what you could do for like talking to like the Board of Education for like, America. And I've
Mm.
just seen multiple reports or like multiple recordings of meetings that are being held about it. It's another one of those weird topics that I don't really talk a lot about, but I'm weirdly passionate about.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like, if you go through the school system and you have, there's friction between what you. First of all, like it does get like downplayed a lot, like when people have friction with the school system, it's just like it becomes like an indictment on the student themselves when it's like, well, you're the ones that are fucking teaching them. Like you're the ones that are like, you're in charge of this operation,
Mm.
So yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked into it just because, like, for me it was just about survival, objective survive, and then just get out and just fucking like a fucking
For
horror movie where they get away from.
for me, I'm not a person that hate things as much. Like I'm not a very hateful person. It's kind of hard
Mm,
for me to like hate someone or a thing. But the
mm,
school education system is one of the few things. Like, see, I even stuttered on my word. That's just how much it failed me.
mm.
But no, I kid for that. But no, it's just because I see what they're trying to do after a bit of research of essentially that school is no longer about learning, it's just memory retention. It's just how much you
Yeah,
can remember and regurgitating that information. So we appear smarter when we're not actually learning anything at all and forget things incredibly quickly, which is the reason why many people across America are just literally saying, I don't know shit. Because in
mm,
reality, they don't. They just kind of sort of remember it because of the regurgitation of information on like tests and quizzes and all that. Not only that, the primary focus of American, like learning subjects is mostly English, like the English language arts and math. They have literally said over the past few years, fuck the other subjects, we're just going to be doing this. Even for my
yeah,
final years of testing, we didn't even test on like science or history or any of that from like state officiated like tests. It was only math and English. And the reasoning for that is because we're trying to appear smarter to the other countries because other countries have not the best education system, but better than ours, essentially.
yeah, yeah.
So it's just a way of America trying to catch up but failing absolutely horribly. Not only that, this is just a personal thing of I feel like they're trying to like limit just kids of how much they can fit learning into a day. And
Mm,
with the template as it was before, because there's also some other historical things of the reasoning why some things are the way they are because of different times back then, like the reasoning why it's kind of in the middle of the day, so most working adults can just leave their kids off at school so that they can work, and then by the time they get out there around the time where they can pick up the kids sometimes, like things are
yeah,
like timing. The reason why also early in the morning is so you drop off your kids so you can go to work type thing. Like there's so many different factors that come into this of why it's so shit. Not only that, there's also money involved. Haha, who would think of
yeah,
the,
yep.
country of, capitalism would have capitalism in the, education system because it also goes into how much money that schools can get. Depends on how successful, each student is how they would give you more money. Because if your students aren't successful, they're not going to give you much money, which is absolutely flawed and should be the other way around. Kind of leaving the schools that can't really make it to shit and then leave the other ones to like boost them up a bit more and such.
Yeah.
You know? It's just, oh my god. Like even my high school, after like such a long time, like they finally got a what was it called? Like they've done some things around in the building to like freshen up the place, and the building is like hella old.
Yeah.
So it's like it's flawed. I hate it with a passion. I would go out and say something about it, but there's been tons of people that have already been speaking up about it, from the teaching themselves, teachers speaking up about how bullshit the curriculum that they have to teach, and other such. So many people have gone up to the Board of Education, said something, and nothing has happened. Because they're still the ones at the top calling the big shots and not doing anything. And not understanding what it's like in the classroom.
Die. I mean, what?
Huh?
I mean, somebody say something?
But again, it's one of those subjects where I'm weirdly passionate about in terms of hatred.
I mean, it's understandable.
Yes, because I haven't even, most American kids haven't even been given a proper education. Still an education, which is good, but not even a proper one at that.
Yeah.
It's like bare minimum, but a little worse.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's not on the process, it's just results. Whatever you get at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, that's...
They
Yeah,
don't care
I
about
always-
the
I always felt
struggle,
that that
how
was,
much you've been struggling the
bullshit.
entire year of, like, trying to make them grades by the quarter and quarter, you know, by the semester. You know, they don't care. They just see the final results. Not enough. It's down in the trash.
Yeah, it sucks. That's...
Yes.
I
It
can
does.
understand. I can understand your anger. Yeah. I was very disillusioned with it. I didn't have the I mean, it still pisses me off. But man, it was just, and then like, yeah, I don't. There were a lot of aspects for me. There was the work itself, which, like you said, was past a certain point, it just becomes obvious that it is just memorization. You know, you're not really learning any of this stuff. You're gonna forget it immediately. You know, it's like as soon as you pass, it's like you don't need it anymore. So like, it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there was that like extra bit of like having like being singled out by like, I had a principal in middle school that my parents were convinced that she was racist. I don't know. I couldn't tell you exactly, but she would single me out a lot. And there was this like one time where like I couldn't, like, I was having issues with my ear, and I couldn't hear just like in the middle of class. I couldn't hear out of one of my ears, and she happened to be, because you know sometimes the principal would like sit in on like classes or whatever. She happened to be sitting in on this one. I don't know, like this is the like feeling singled out, where she would just be like, I don't know what set her off. I wasn't being like shitty, but I was just like, hey, I teacher, I can't hear out of one of my ears. Excuse me, teacher. You know, and I asked to go to the nurse, and she was like, something about it Like, I don't know, maybe she just knew, like I wasn't doing bad, but I wasn't doing good in classes, like grade wise. So maybe she just kind of like was like, that was her impression of me. But she was just like, no, like, you are just trying to like get out of class. I'm gonna, I'm gonna take you down to the office and we're gonna call your parents. And at that point, I was like, well, that gets me closer to the nurse. So, I mean, do what you got to do. Uh, and so I went there, and sure enough, I was like, I'd stand in there. She called my parents, and then like wasn't able to like get through because they were working. So she like left them a message, and I was like, okay, can I go to the nurse now? And she was just like, go, like, what, fine. And so I go to the nurse, and I guess the nurse had like heard what like going in there, and she was like, well, yeah, you can't hear out of this ear because it's like compacted. And I was like, oh, okay. And so she like cleared that up, and she was like, hey, do you want me to like tell the principal that you actually like couldn't hear?
Hmm.
And I was like, nah, it's okay. She was like, I'm just gonna tell her. So that was nice of her to do. But yeah, I there were a lot of there were multiple instances of stuff like that happening with her, which was kind of like fucky. And then when I graduated middle school, she left middle school and got a job at the principal of the high school that I went to.
What?
Yes, this happened.
What?
Yeah. So yeah, that just one of the few things that was just kind of like, I don't know what's going on. I just want to get out of here.
Oh my
Just
god.
let me out.
But I imagine you as like a catch trying to claw your way out through the like door.
Yeah, that was pretty much me. Yeah, just but yeah, it was outside of stuff like that, and just kind of friction with the material, and just like not feeling like there's a point to it, but also like having to at least make a C, right? uh
Mm.
it was an experience. I'll say that. I definitely met friends there, and but I do wish that there would be like some reforms made for education,
Mm.
but so be it.
Yeah. Honestly, I wish there would be something specific that I could do for like helping out education system and people of like actually improving and get better of actually people learning. But I don't think I have the materials, knowledge, and know how to navigate that kind of thing to begin with, you know?
Yeah, yeah, that's been my feelings about it. um like, yeah, it's a big fucking issue, but also like I don't even I don't have like my passions don't lie in a place where I could have the maneuverability to actually make that change. Um, Unfortunately, like the best I could do is like what my art teacher did for me, which was just like be there and recognize when kids are kind of like, learning and
Hmm.
letting them learn the things that they want to learn.
I don't think I've
But it
had a
kind of
teacher
sucks.
like that. Good.
Yeah, it kind of sucks that like teachers have to work outside of the curriculum to actually be good teachers.
For sure. For sure.
Like, yeah, that's definitely part of the problem.
Yeah. Because for me, for all my teachers, they were fine. They were good. One that I did get irritated with, and that was my human anatomy teacher.
Mm.
Loki wanted to. I'm not gonna finish that sentence. Um, he was chill. He was a chill dude, but his teaching style did not vibe with me. Let's say
Mm.
that. He's one of the few people that I don't like in terms of teaching,
Alright.
like whatsoever, to the point that it's boiled into a passionable hate. But outside of class, he's chill. He's cool. Everyone likes him because he's also like the soccer coach dude.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I had a
he
few
got along
teachers
with
like that.
everyone, including my best friend. Um, and she's just like, "Oh yeah, oh hey coach," and I'm just sitting there with like a writhing hate, going like, "I turned in that assignment, but he didn't take it."
Oh.
It's oh my god, like there's so many stories I have, but just his assignments alone. But every other teacher I've had was chill. They were cool, and some went above and beyond, and some was just kind of like, I'm just here. I'm just one of the guys. I'm just showing you what I'm legally required to show you.
Yeah.
And all the teachers, not all, but most of the teachers kind of understood the fact that the kids here specific are stressed out to all holy hell. Because, every
Yeah.
class is an honors class, and most of the kids there are perfectionists, and, like, gifted kids. So, like, if they were to start failing classes, they start getting a panic attack, For me, I was
Yeah.
always kind of at the bottom of the barrel, so it's like, it's nothing new for me.
Mm.
I'm just scraping by. And when I mean scraping, I mean scraping. I barely made 70s.
Mm.
D's were non-existent. It was only A, B's, or C's.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
scraping on by, just barely. I don't even think I have a favorite teacher because they're all just chill. I'm pretty sure some of them didn't like me because I could not turn in assignments because whoops, anxiety.
Yeah.
It's paralysis. Cannot do much. Or sit down and pull all-nighters, and I'm slow and get easily distracted by literally anything because I want to do literally anything else.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was my experience with doing, like any high stress situation. Thankfully, well, okay, maybe not thankfully, but maybe it's complicated. Um I got disillusioned by school really quick. And my parents, they didn't push me into doing like honors stuff. So they kind of were like, okay, he's he's already struggling. Um with this. So let's just kind of, you know, just kind of let him do what he's kind of looking like. They definitely pushed me in certain areas, but like when it came to schoolwork, I feel like they themselves were kind of, I mean, both of my parents went, like, they're both in the military.
Mm.
They both kind of saw that, like, by the time they got out of high school, they both were kind of disillusioned with schoolwork and all of that. Like I think my dad did go to college for a little bit, and then he was just like, yeah, I don't know. It kind of looked like he didn't really have a thing that he was going to like specifically study. So yeah. But I feel like that kind of influenced their stance on it. And yeah, so like I would skate by on like 70s. And I think there was one class that I took that was, for some reason, biology. I did like AP. I'm gonna tell you, I fucking failed that class, definitely. I think a lot of it for me was always the homework. It wasn't the work itself. It was like the homework, like the projects and shit. Like that's what would fucking get me. Because it's like the concepts themselves, like if they're taught well, you know, that it all makes sense. But yeah, I just remember this teacher talking to me and being like, I don't understand it. You're smart, but you just like, what's the thing? And I'm just sitting there like, hey teacher, I'm as confused as you. I don't understand it either. And I have to live in my body. But yeah, no, it was like, I don't know, man. It sucks, you know, distractions, and especially when people are being like, hey, memorize this. Why? So you can get a good grade. Why? Oh, just do it. Okay.
That was some of the attitudes some of my teachers had also.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm telling you because someone else behind me is also telling me to tell you.
Yep. Yep. Well, damn, I didn't expect to talk about.
This is what happens when we creep around art and school and
That's
my passion of hatred.
Art is an expression.
It is. And
Do you think
school's
you've
the
carried any of that into your creative work?
into my creative work currently? No, I'm trying to get away from it as far as I can. Like, I find value in the skills I've learned, but in terms of the subjects that I try to tackle, I despise. Moreover, because in the way of how I learned it. If anything, my whole experience with high school just turned me away from school as a whole. Like, everything about it.
No, I feel the same way, yeah.
Like, I don't want to go to college to learn anything, especially about art. But unfortunately, I kind of have to because I just have my dad behind me going like, so, about you getting a job.
Yeah. It gave me anxiety to go into like a classroom. Like I've got like PTSD for learning in a classroom. Like I remember fresh out of high school, like filling out like college application and then just feeling like immense dread. You know, just like, oh fuck, like do I really want to just go back and like do this again? Like, God. So yeah, I've definitely felt like pushed away from schooling in general, which is a shame because you know, it's not a bad thing in theory,
In
you
theory.
know. And then, you know, of course, like uh, beyond that, it's like all these stories of like student debt only makes me like more, you know, anxious, where it's like, well, okay, if I'm gonna choose something, I have to be like 100% sure, and it's like, well, shit, you know. And it's not like, because like you can totally take individual classes, you can, you know, you don't have to get like a fucking 4-year degree, you can, you know, but it's like still there's that part of me that is just kind of that that just kind of makes the whole thing very repellent, and that's a shame.
Mm. By the way, I have a question.
Yeah.
You mind if I use you specifically your portfolio as repellent against my mom in terms of me going to art school?
I don't mind.
Okay, because she keeps poking at me, going like, "Hey, Star, go, go to school. Go to school for art. They could teach you so much more." And I'm like, "No, I'm good. And I had high school for that. No, thank you." And she's just poking. And it's like, you need to go to college or schooling so you can get the certificate so people can pay you more. And then both me and my brother are simultaneously yelling at her, going like, "It's not how that works anymore."
Yeah, that's not a guarantee anymore, Mom. That's not a.
Exactly. It's not how that works anymore. And then she's just like, "Look, your dad didn't go to college. And he's making less than that person who did go to college." And then we're both looking at each other, like both me and my brother, and going like, they're different job positions, and they were hired on different amounts. It's not because of the
also,
college thing.
also, it's like, Mom, I can point out so many people that have not gone to college and make like billions. So like, I don't know.
Exactly. I have so many examples. Like fucking Merriweather is like the prime example currently. He literally dropped out of fucking high school. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Even my cousin dropped out of high school, and he owns two businesses.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
it's like,
it's not a measurement. It's not, you can't just say go to college and that'll guarantee that you're, you know.
yeah, no. For some stuff, like, yeah, but in the creative field, no.
Yeah. Like, yeah, if you want to be a doctor, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like honestly, I think doctoring requires schooling. Like that.
Yeah.
That is no argument there. But when it comes to the creative field, it is not necessarily required. Like, I have one friend who is like a tattoo artist and also like loves writing stuff of her own characters and OCs and stuff. And I'm like, oh, if that's the only two things you want to do and you already know how to do them, you don't need to go to college for shit, man. Like, just keep going.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know. I've always felt like, for me personally, um a lot of the stuff, and it sucks. A lot of the stuff, funny enough, that holds me back professionally is just bullshit that got ingrained in my head from school.
Mm,
Like a lot of the stuff, a lot of the anxieties and things that like fuck me up professionally are just remnants of things that like happened to me during school. Like growing up, and like just kind of my relationship to all of it, really. Uh I have this like almost never ending inferiority complex, you know, deep imposter syndrome. Like that's the stuff that really kind of fucks me up. You know, it's not about skills. A lot of the things that kind of hold me back are internal things. And then I've been kind of, you know, working on them. I've been getting better with them over the years. Cuz it's like you start to find out that it kind of doesn't matter there are plenty. I mean, like we were talking about with like saying, you know, sure, there are people who have gone to college and get successful careers and didn't, but then there's also people who didn't and also get successful careers and become just as, if not more, successful. So it's hard to, you can't really say like this is a sure thing. Um, so it's, you know, noticing people that get like super crazy popular with their artwork, and you look at their art and you're like, okay, well, this kind of, you know, no offense, this kind of sucks, but like, I mean, I'm glad for you that you've made it. Like
Mm.
I don't know, like sometimes every once in a while I'll see someone like that and I'm like, well, like it inspires me in the sense where it's like, well, if you can do it, like I can do it. Then I know for a fact that it's not skill. It's literally just my brain that is keeping me from this.
Mm.
And that's both like a sad realization and also like something that's a little emboldening, because it's like, I guess if I like work on that stuff, maybe that'll help me out. But also it's kind of sad that like you spend all this time doing something and it's like, oh, it's me. Oh.
Mm.
But we do what we can. Take it a step at a time. And you can do what you love and get paid for it and do well at it and be successful at it.
Mm.
And you don't need a degree to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anything, I just think about it more and more in terms of our relation with each other, of how I feel like we both inspire each other
Yeah.
a lot. Sometimes
Yeah.
accidental and sometimes, well, I mean, I think it is all accidental. Because I remember, like, when I basically just pushed you into saying, make a song, nerd. And you're like, bet. And then went to go out, like the mad lad you are, to an actual open mic and, like, recite poetry. And I'm like, holy fucking shit. Which inspired me to go to my uke dealer to get a ukulele and learn.
Yeah.
And then just both of us looking each other in the eyes, like, are we doing this? We're doing this. Okay.
I might even write, because I did write lyrics for a song and I've got a melody, but I might change. Maybe it depends. It depends on how recent events play out. We'll see. But yeah. Mittens has a very I think I told you, it's like a very, like it's kind of a happy sounding song. Like it's a kind of an upbeat sounding song, but it's like the lyrics are kind of sad. They're very much about his love.
His love.
Yeah. And also like how he sees himself, because ultimately, like at this point for Mittens, even though he kind of is tying it to this like relationship that he had, it's more just the fact that he just wants to go back,
Mm.
Like I feel like that for Mittens is kind of his true driving force, but he kind of sees his past relationship as like a shorthand for that. because he knows that like everything changed at once.
Mm.
And it wasn't specifically his change, but he feels like it is. Um, Even though like I'm pretty sure I said this in character, but like even though he knows logically that it's not specifically because he changed, he can't like remove the association, you know?
Mm.
Like you can logically know something, but the logic of it and how it makes you feel um, can be different things. So yeah, that's just like a song that sounds happy but is sad.
If anything, that reminds me of a song I've been listening to lately, and I was thinking about putting that as like a follower goal of me singing this one stupid song that's called "Please Shit on My Dreams." Let me grab
Oh
it
shit.
and
Yeah,
send
I
it
want to hear this.
to you. And the only reason why I know about this is because Vinny from Vine Sauce, uh, literally like when he was playing Donkey Kong Country, I think it was 2, I don't remember. But he just got so angry and upset and fed up with the game that he just stopped playing and just played the song on his stream as like a moment to sit down and just chill. And then right as the song finished, he's like, okay, let's get back to it.
Aw, that's awesome. Vinny's hilarious.
Mm. Yeah, it's also known as the classic diarrhea song. It is a shitpost song that is so incredibly stupid. It talks about eating babies also. It is a trip of a song. And I want to make that like a goal. Like first I need to get good at singing. I need to get good. Um and second, once I get good, I'm putting that as a goal of like I will sing this song, embarrassing song, if we reach this goal. But if anything, this is just a card in my arsenal that I'm just gonna hold for a little bit. Do you want to take a moment to listen to it on your own? It's like 2 minutes long.
Classic diarrhea song.
Do you want to take 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll keep going.
Oh man. I didn't expect this production value. That was beautiful.
You like the song?
Yeah.
Again, Vinny, after like a few hours or more, I don't know, I don't remember exactly when, playing Donkey Kong Country, I think too, raged, sat down, went quiet, and just played the song.
Oh yeah, I see the comments. Thank you, Vinny.
Thank you, Vinny. It is such a trip of a song, and I love it and also hate it. I think it's cringe, and that's why I think I should put it as a goal for something in the future.
Yeah. I'm down for it.
Because it's so fucking chaotic.
Yeah.
I just,
It really is. Just like the aside about talking about dying babies smiling.
mm-hmm. Why won't they just die? I just, oh my god. Such a trip. That's what I think of when it comes to songs of like, songs that sound happy but have like sad or terrible lyrics.
Mm.
But yeah.
Yeah. I feel good. You know, because yeah, I've been feeling the same thing. Feeling inspired by you. That's good. It's good.
Crazy
We've
bastards
got kind of
inspire
this.
people.
Yeah. I'm glad. Really. I'm so happy I decided to come back to this stuff and reconnect with you guys because
Yeah, I think a part of it of why we didn't interact sooner, because I've been thinking about that for like a while. I'm like, where have you been? Like, what?
yeah.
Like, why haven't
Yeah.
we talked sooner? And I think it's because you were more in RP sense, closer to 8, 1, 2. You had work. You had to leave early-ish. So I never had a chance to talk to you outside the lobby. Other than like that one time. And you're like, yeah, it's not much different out of character. And I'm like, oh, damn.
Yeah, I always kind of I mean I do also kind of get hold on.
All right.
Yeah, I always kind of get socially anxious with that stuff.
Is everything all right on your end?
I'm probably gonna have to dip out.
Is someone calling you?
Yeah, you know.
You need to do something.
Yeah.
That's okay. We could put a halt to it today. There's always next week. Or for just you and me discussing normally. There's DMs.
Yeah, no. Yeah. But yeah, just to put a cap on that. There's a billion reasons, but I think the most prevalent one is I get kind of, it seems like a bigger deal to message people than it actually is. You know?
Yeah. That's how I feel recently with me asking someone, hey, collab, please. It's been like 2 days and I'm already like on my knees going like, please look at my message. Please, I don't want to send multiple messages. In reality, they're just
Oh,
probably someone who don't check their messages, and I'm like,
yeah. Yeah, that's always I'm gonna have to share a poem with you because I wrote a poem about that exact thing.
oh my.
I mean, well, not exact. Like, I didn't write it about that situation specifically, but the idea of like not hearing back, like sending something out and not hearing back, and the anxiety that kind of, you know, comes with that. But yeah. Anyways, thank you for having me, the special guest.
Of course, of course.
And yeah, I'll be around.
All right.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. I'm still gonna be streaming and doing things, but yeah. Bye.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't see what you were drawing before. Maybe I'll take a peep.
I mean, I finished it while we were talking.
Oh, okay. Like I saw bits and pieces, but I was like, you know, bouncing between. But yeah, I'll see you.
See ya. All right, and that was that. Now, what to do next? I don't know. I don't know what to do next. Let me go see what V is doing. Maybe I can go bother him next. Maybe I could harass him for like playing Stardew with me. Because I kind of want to go back to playing Stardew. Because I don't want to finish streaming. I mean, I kind of do want to draw, but at the same time, I kind of don't. I finished like one artwork and I'm like, I'm done. Let me go see what he is up to. I'm gonna have his stream also playing. I can hear what he's saying.
Fish, though. I think this might be perch as well. Yep. And star.
I'm gonna ask him directly.
Just fishing out the storm, I guess. That's a job. You know, I can't today anymore. Like, cause you know, the lady visit in 2 hours or 2 hours and 20 minutes. So.
Right. Well, I guess I am gonna continue to draw then.
That's a link god. I like how the quest is overpopulation of birds and it's like I barely get any birches.
No.
Alright. Alright.
Alright. I guess that's that. Let me see if my drawing screen still works. Alright. Do you have somewhere to be? I'm sorry, that sounded so mean. I think X7 is rubbing off on me a little bit. Uh, but yeah, it wasn't a long thing. Then do you want to come back? I mean, the TV is still just like I can connect it back up. If it was just like a temporary thing, I could. Do you want to? Because I could just hook up back the TV. I was under the impression that it was gonna take a while. If it was just something short term, then I could have just sat down here and waited. It's okay if he doesn't want to play Stardew with me anyway. I was too. um, I guess come back in. All right. He's back.
Hi.
I'm so glad I put the asset in of the error screen.
Oh yeah, yeah. The error screen is a good touch.
Yes. Hey, why are you back?
I forgot my wallet. Okay, bye. No.
Damn, how do you catch me with your wall? I thought I was so sneaky.
Oh man. Yeah. So I'm back. Special guest returns.
This is a special guest for the second time.
Yeah, for the second time. I'm here to tell you about another thing. No. I'm here to chill and chat.
All right. Cat of
yeah.
wisdom. What does you cat head of wisdom?
Well, I don't know if I have any wisdom for you. But I don't know, just I've definitely have like my head is definitely in a very reflective space now from the conversation that we had before. And I kind of dig it. I'm kind of vibing with it,
Not gonna lie, I quickly forgot what we talked about before.
We talked about a lot. We talked about, school. We talked about jobs, careers, and all that entails. We kind of covered a lot of stuff that actually does kind of inspire me. Not in like both in positive and negative ways. Like inspiration from negative experiences. That kind of pushed me to make the stories and art that I do make. I've always thought that was fascinating. Well, yeah, I don't even know if fascinating is the right word. I think there's a part of me that kind of feels very like I almost want to use kind of these like emotions that I've kind of like stuff that I've like felt very passionate about to kind of inform my creative stuff. And sometimes I do wear it on my sleeve. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I think there was a while where I was like super hyper cautious because I would hear people kind of complaining about, you know, stories where people put like too much of themselves into it.
Mm.
And the more I kind of learned about stories and writing, I kind of quickly like realized that like that it's not a problem to put your experiences into a story. It's only a problem if like even that I kind of hesitate to say, because like a lot of the times when people kind of think of it as like an outright problem, they're thinking of like, you know, fan fictions where people will like insert themselves into like a already established universe. And I mean that's such a different thing, you know. But still, it kind of like permeates throughout writing as a general. I don't know. You know, with the internet, everybody's trying not to be cringe, but at the same time, you know, you're like, shit. I don't want to be cringe. I don't want to, you know, I want to be. It's not cringe to be entirely distant from yourself, and like that's how I have to be. I don't know. I got kind of sick of like doing that. So while I won't put myself in my stories, I also won't shy away from just drawing on experience. Because I don't have to tell people that it's my experience. See, that's the trick.
Well, it's also a good or bad thing that we embrace
Yeah.
cringe here. So, like, I'm a fucking VTuber. How more cringe can I be? You know?
I think it's one of those
To be-
things where
To be cringe is to be free. Now I am free.
the reference I always use to make myself feel better is to look at like foundation, like look at like Lord of the Rings. If you like pick apart that story and remove it from like the, you know, massive thing that it became, it's like, well, this is like cringe, you know, like
Mhm.
like if this was removed from what it actually became, if you just said like, all right, it's the story and, you know, it's about these little guys and they find a ring, all right, and it's a powerful ring, you know, it's like if somebody explained this to you on like a bus, it would have way less weight than it does because of the association that we have to it today. So I think that all cringe has the potential to be based.
Slapped on a shirt right now. All cringe has the potential to be based.
That's what it was. That would be the quote on the school, you know, like how my
need to-
school that I'm starting.
I need to write that shit down, man.
But yeah, I fully believe that. I think that especially with creative works, like if you're sitting down creating something that nobody's ever heard of, like that, it's gonna seem cringe. That's just the way it works because nobody's heard of it. You don't have that feedback. And then even then, it's like there are people in the world that think Lord of the Rings is cringe regardless. There's gonna be people that think what you're doing is cringe regardless. So if you're unlucky enough to have those people be some of the first ones that see what you make, you know, I mean, it's also the people that find it. There's so many variables, and it's hard not to get caught up in like, oh no, like somebody saw it, or like, maybe it didn't do well with like a couple people, like the only people that voiced their opinions online, which is another thing. You're not going to see everybody that sees your work on the internet. It's just not going to happen. There's going to be people that love what you do and you will never hear from them. And that sucks. Because it's like, can you at least like, it's like, look, I understand being socially anxious myself. I get it. 100%. But I do wish that, like, if you had like nobody saying something, it's like, because there have been instances like with this quest, like people played it, but I couldn't really get a feel for like whether or not they thought it was good until 10 years later when somebody reached out and told me. So it's difficult with online stuff. You don't always get that feedback. You never know. I mean, like you could have like hardcore fans and not know it.
I'm your hardcore fan. Now I'm letting you.
Thank
Like,
you.
I literally, funnily enough, today on Twitter, I saw you post a thing for Portfolio Day. And one of the things that you posted along with that was the Yume Nikki drawing you did. And I'm sitting here going like, wait, that was you? Because I'm like,
Wait,
I'm sitting there staring at it, and I'm like, I could have swore I've seen that before. I could have swore. My super awesome, amazing friend did that. Holy shit. Like, I think I even posted about it on Twitter of saying that, like, that was you.
I'm just seeing this now.
I wasn't super duper into Yume Nikki, but like, I still know enough about it to know about it and see some artworks and stuff like that. I'm like, that was you. That's crazy.
That's something. I was never super into it either. But there's a caveat to that. So I was like on that thing, like when it kind of started coming around, like with Western audiences, I kind of struggle, like it was when it was super niche, before it was cool.
Before it was cool. Actually, I knew about it. Knew about it before it was cool. So back off.
Yeah, back in the day, before it was cool. I was kind of playing it with some online, like not with the, because it's a single player game, but like nobody knew what was in the game and like the extent of the game, so it kind of felt like anything was possible, and it was kind of a really cool, like, because like a friend, like I'd be talking with friends and we would just be like exploring our, like, this whole thing and like trying to find new things, and that was cool. I think it's hard to get into nowadays because everybody kind of knows what's in it and what's possible, and the characters have been like posted a million times over. So it's a lot of that game's enjoyment thrives on the unknown and experiencing this stuff for like the first time. So I feel like basically, to sum it up, I feel like Yume Nikki was cooler when it was, super obscure.
Actually. I mean, I get that sentiment because that's how I feel like with some other media. Like, For example, was it called? What's it called? Um, I fall in love too easily. I told you
Hmm.
about that, right? That song.
I don't think you have.
A song by Chet Baker called "I Fall in Love Too Easily," and I found it as an old thing from way back when. You looked it up, didn't you? I heard that keyboard.
I did.
It was like very audible. Like, "Oh, shit, he's invested." But yeah,
I am invested.
by Chet Baker. I knew about it for like a while. It was just a song that I fell in love with. And I'm like, oh my god, this is such a cool song. It just like me for real. Before that was a meme even. And then now it's full of like comments of like this one K-pop star who also found out about this song and also is a fan of it. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And now the entire like comment section is flooded with like, I found this song because of insert K-pop idol, teehee. And it's just nothing but that. And I'm like, what happened to all the original nice comments?
Aw.
It's like, I knew it before it was cool. And now it feels a little not super soured. Not the song itself, but the comment section felt a little soured. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
I can't see what other people want to say. It's just people that are K-pop fans are like, oh yeah, he said he really liked this, and I actually researched into it afterwards. I was just looking into this guy, and he even sung a snippet of it. I'm like, that's cool. That's really cool. I'm happy for all these people that found a song.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good taste.
Yeah. It's good that, people are connected with this thing that they connect with. But yeah, sometimes it can be like I get it. It 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 sucks because like every time I like feel like that, I'm like, man, like I don't want to be that guy, but this was better before.
It was better before.
But I get you. I've always like the style of Yumineki. I always when the remake or whatever reimagining or whatever came out for Yumineki, I was like, I thought it was bad, because for the simplest reasons. I was like, man, I liked the style of the game when it was like I viewed the original style as like purposeful. Like it looking kind of goofy, like that was purposeful. You know? So to make like a new game that's like very like serious looking and, very edgy looking, felt like yeah, there's dark things that happen in it, but like I felt like the juxtaposition, of like the kind of goofy looking characters and these kind of more darker moments. Or it's kind of what made it for me. So whenever I draw Yumineki stuff, I try to keep the goofy feel. And then I bring some of that inspiration into my other works of making like goofy looking guys. Man. See, now I'm now I'm looking at the Twitter. The Twitter.
The Twitter. I refuse to call it X.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much nobody does. But yeah, I always, whenever I see artist, I follow artist.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I had to make a separate account of like my VTubing account and my personal. I'll go ahead and say it on stream because I have so many people that I follow,
Yeah.
like incredibly much because I'm a full-on believer of artists support artists. So I retweet a lot of art that I like, and also VTubers I like, and
Yeah.
that's why my VTubing account is separate, so it isn't cluttered with so much shit. Because then it'd be nothing but me reposting multiple crud. Because I like a variety of things. It is nuts.
Yeah, I've been trying to get get better with that. I used to have so much anxiety to like repost and comment and stuff. But yeah, the social media thing has been, I mean, it's fuck, I actually did. I made my Twitter in 2015. This thing that I'm making is almost kind of like a anniversary.
Hmm. I'm gonna make this one. Oh. 2019 is when I made my thing.
Mm.
And it's filled with nothing but just me following artists that make cool shit.
Yeah, I kind of, there was a while, so I don't think I've brought this up, but since 2020, I make a comic, called The Nightmare Witch. It's been kind of mainly what I've been doing for the past few years.
I totally have not binge read it all, and I've been patiently waiting for the next part.
Yeah, well, it's on hiatus right now.
No.
It is. Yeah. It will come out of hiatus, but for now, I kind of need to chase some passions and allow myself that space.
And that
But-
is completely fine. But
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
I'm glad. I will not disappoint. I have this chapter is really I feel very passionate about it, but I need a break.
Yeah, I understand. Even though I've
Yeah.
never actually gone through with making a comic. But I mean I still understand the artist,
Yeah.
struggle.
Totally. Yeah, I mean it's you go on, you make this thing and you have, I wouldn't say doubts, but like there's past the initial like rush of creating a new thing. You get to this point where it's like, okay, this is like a full commitment, you know? Like this is something that both is going to be with me for a long time, like a substantial amount of time, and also something that requires a lot of my attention. So you need to
Mm.
kind of set boundaries with it, with a work uh, like that. You can't really, because there was 1 year with Nightmare Witch where I was, afforded the ability to just work on it, and that was like the only thing that I worked on, and that was great. It was great. Um, but when I don't have that time, I need to kind of be a little bit more deliberate. Because you can feel like disappointed with the amount that you can do, and then just only working on like one thing outside of work is exhausting. So I made a few there. Technically, there are a few pages that are ready to be posted, but I have not posted them because I want to build up like a little bit of a buffer before I start posting again, because I just didn't have one. So that's currently why it's on hiatus, and I'm picking at it here and there.
Let me tell you something that I think you would appreciate from an avid comic enjoyer of growing up with nothing but webcomics. When I first went into Webtoon, it was like the best thing that ever happened to me in terms of sitting there and reading. But before Webtoon, I usually just went on Tumblr and other websites and other such, or what people set up for whenever they like put up stuff, and I would usually bookmark them like on Chrome. And every once in a while, I wait for them to like stockpile up also, so I could just go back to the bookmarks and where I initially left off and just binge read the hell out of it. And I may or may not have done that once more for Nightmare Witch. I was just like having it bookmarked there, and then eventually, after a little bit, like waiting.
Oh, I do appreciate that. It's yeah, there's gonna be you know it's gonna be some interesting things happening. Yeah, I wrote, funny enough, the chapter that it's on currently, I wrote while I was working an overnight shift at a grocery store.
Really?
Yeah. So there is some of that working angst in it. But it's in like a different way. I actually can, it's not. I won't go into spoiler territory. But a lot of the format for Nightmare Witch, I wanted to try and establish as like in the first chapter you have some stuff where you see like a little bit of Tangerine's parents and a little bit of her grandmother and a little bit of that relationship. More so kind of that last instance of them being together. It's kind of a complicated relationship that Tangerine has with her grandmother. Not as complicated with her as it is with her parents and her grandmother, because her grandmother essentially tried to kidnap her, which, that's kind of a hard thing to get over for, a parent of a child. But for Tangerine, her grandmother, she felt a connection to her grandmother creatively. Like her parents didn't appreciate her creative side as much as her grandmother did. Or at least that's kind of how she felt. She was able to kind of explore that side of her. Like her parents would appreciate the things that she made, but in a way that like, you know, they clearly don't understand that drive. And for Tangerine, that's kind of her connection to her grandmother. And also she doesn't really view it as a kidnapping. You know, she doesn't really know that her grandmother, like what her grandmother intended to do, because she also feels responsible for it in a way. I could get into the whole premise about like responsibility and like mental illness, and you know, I think a big part of writing that comic is conveying to me like this feeling of guilt, and also kind of just the messiness of like having something that's with you that does affect people. It does, you know, and you feel kind of responsible for it, but at the same time, like you didn't. It's not something that you did, you know. It's not something that you created yourself, but you feel like you did, and people treat you like you did. So that's rough. Emotionally, that's kind of a tough thing to find your place in. And I think with this story, it's another example of like the very first thing, because I intended this kind of idea of creating these like creatures out of your fears not to be like a power, to be something that just like happens and they don't really have control over it, and so it can be devastating. But the very first thing that people ask me when I like tell them the premise is that like, oh, like, and then they're gonna learn to control it, yeah. You know, and then it's gonna become like a power, and I'm like, well, not exactly. It's not
Funnily enough,
really.
I didn't really get that impression.
Yeah,
Like
I did.
I saw the joke with like the Pokemon like
Yeah,
reference in there. He was like, you could do that, you could battle them. Yeah, let's do it. And then they just plop. But if it's something based off fear, you don't control
Yeah.
fear, you overcome it
Yeah.
in a sense. Or learn to live with it.
Yeah, yeah. And that kind of what with that scene, that's kind of me poking at like when I would tell people about, because as I was kind of making this, I was like involved in this. I mean, I still am in like a comic community. So I would like talk about my ideas there, and like people would be like, you know, oh, it would be cool if they like, you know, could control it and it could be like a weapon. And I'm like, well, I mean, that's not.
It
Like,
would be cool, but it's not the point.
yeah, and if I did that, boy, because you're basically saying that they're using their fear as a weapon, and I could do something very interesting with that, but it would not be what you're thinking.
Yeah. Not only that, letting children superpowers.
Yeah.
That's gonna end well.
It could be like some Akira shit going on. Yeah, I definitely I wanted to kind of take it in a more, especially if I'm using it as that type of allegory. It's not like that, you know. I mean, like if you're talking about both from the straight up just fear angle and also from just the more broad like mental illness angle, like there are parts of things that you can lean into and understand and grow from, but you can't turn it into a superpower, you know, like that's like
Yeah.
yeah, it's it's this thing that you kind of that you manage and that you understand, and there may be aspects of it that kind of provide you maneuverability in certain situations, but it's not going to be like this thing that you have on command that you can just be like, here, let me channel my ADHD, you know, like
Yeah.
like,
Look, if
no,
I
it's
could
just
channel my
it's kind of there.
ADHD, it would be amazing. Like, the only
Yeah.
reason why we have ADHD is because God chose to give us a handicap. Because without it, we would be powerful gods. Uh,
Yeah, what was what
if we
was the
had
quote? Like,
focus. What?
God gives his strongest warriors his I forgot that quote. Like,
I forget what that quote is, but I also know what you mean.
yeah.
Because, God, if I could focus on things in general, man, and just in general, I would be
Yeah, if I could just summon hyper focus,
summon
absolutely.
hyper focus. Exactly. Because for me, I focus on too many things at once and then
Mm,
do nothing.
yeah.
Well, to be honest, I don't
Yeah.
even know if I have ADHD, but funny
I mean,
note on that, actually.
that's what I do, and I did end up getting like a form because I wanted to explore it. Like not too long ago, like a few years ago, I'm like, all right, like I've heard people like talk about this in relation to me and like maybe, but like I want like a formal diagnosis. I want to actually like go through them, and yeah, sure enough, turns out, yeah.
Funnily enough for me, because parents had negative experience with their own other children, that had ADHD, and me being a little bit smarter, I guess, I don't know. Basically just parents realize and come to conclusion with me as well as teacher because I can't focus in class. Do I have ADHD? Probably. Do I want to be put on medication? My parents were like, no, let's not do that. And I just asked them straight up, do you want me to like see how far I go without it? Just to hold out, like just get good on my own, basically. And they're like, yeah, do that.
Hmm.
So this entire time, I could have had extra help in class. I'm sitting there struggling like all holy hell throughout the entirety of my school years. I have even been told by one of my friends who's very ADHD and I think some other things too going on. Nothing bad, just different ways of thinking. And literally said, if you hang out with me and can tolerate me, something is wrong with you. And I'm like, probably. And so
I mean,
far,
it's all
Go ahead.
the thing, because I've thought about so when I was really young, I did so they failed me in the 3rd grade. It's kind of a bullshit story. But they just completely failed the grade because I didn't do one project.
Hmm.
Which was kind of shitty. Not gonna lie, that was kind
That
of
is
fucked.
pretty shitty.
But they did, you know, and like, I wasn't doing great in the other classes, but pretty sure I wasn't failing them. So I don't know what the fuck was on with them. Anyways, they held me back in the 3rd grade. And it was this thing where, like, the shitty part about that was that it didn't even really feel, I don't know, like it felt like a punishment, but at being that young, I kind of took it a little more deeply, like a little more personally than it actually was. Like I stopped talking to my friends in like the grade above, and they stopped talking to me, and I was just kind of like, well, that's just the way it is. I'm not on their level anymore. So they're no longer my friends, I guess. And it was really, like, looking back, it was really shitty. And then, like, counselors and principals and stuff were, like, kind of pushing my parents into this, like, diagnosis. And, yeah, I was medicated for a little bit. Way too young to be medicated for ADHD. But, you know, that was before they knew that. And so there was like, I think there was like a year that I was on medication for it. And I did do better in school, I did. But I didn't, I remember telling my parents that I didn't like the way that it made me feel. And to this day, I don't remember, like, I don't remember if that was true or if I just didn't like the fact that I had to be taking it. Like, I don't know if it was a social thing or if it was like a physical thing. Because socially, like, I felt, you know, lesser. And taking medication was just like one more thing, right? Even though it's not, like, it's not an indictment on a person to take medication, but as a kid, you know, anything that differs you kind of feel like that differs you in a way that's not like cool and exciting. You kind of feel like it's like you don't want to be that. So I don't remember if there was anything that, like, my parents tell me that, like, there was like a difference, like, personality wise, and that I seemed kind of a little bit more distant on the medication. And so that was kind of something that, like, reinforced that to them, and to be like, all right, well, we're gonna take you off of it because you told us that you didn't like it, and it just kind of seems like you're not enjoying it. So yeah, these days I feel very more, I feel more kind of, medication is about mitigating symptoms, right? You know, and these days my kind of misgivings about medication more have to do with eventually you're going to have to, like, up the dosage, right? Like, eventually it's not going to be working as well as it used to. Now, I did take I did for a little bit. Funny enough, when I was working that overnight job, I would get, like, super fucking anxious, and it had something to do with it being overnight. You know, that's like when the thoughts attack. You know what I mean? Like they come out at night.
They come to ambush you in the middle of the night.
Yeah. And in the midst of all of that was when I was kind of like looking into therapy and like talking, and thankfully like I found a good therapist that like worked, because ultimately therapy, like they're supposed to work with you. Like they're not there to tell you what to do. They're there to help you do what you want to do. Like that's kind of the way it's supposed to work. But yeah, they kind of suggested. Well, first they were like, "Hey, I can tell you have anxiety," and I'm like, "Really? Is it that obvious?" And they kind of suggested you know, getting on Prozac, or it was like the off-brand fluoxetine. And I did, and that helped. That did for because it was like super intense in that job. It wasn't a stressful job, but it just something about the time and combined with the job itself just like really fucked me up. But for that, like I never had to move up a dosage. Like that one, I just took the fucking, I think it was like 20 milligrams, which is a low dose of Prozac, and that's just where I stayed, and that just worked. I was able to kind of do like a medium. I think I was like, I did a whole bunch of fucking research because I was like super anxious about, because it's I have a little bit of a prejudice with medication, not in a way that I would judge other people for it, but in a way that like I would judge myself for it, you know? So a lot of it was me kind of like working on that and being like, okay, you know, what is this actually going to do to me? You know, am I gonna explode? You know, valid
Must
questions.
then just die.
Yeah. But yeah, I kind of ultimately I was like, okay, well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna pay attention to the negatives. If those are alleviated, then it's working. Then I'm fine. Because regardless, there's going to be a period of time where you're like on cloud 9, where you feel like great, you know? That's not the norm. That's going to go away. But for me, as long as those lows don't go as low, medication's working as intended. And having that mindset with it, yeah, I never had to up a dosage. I don't take it today, mainly because I was between jobs, and it's fucking expensive. But thankfully, yeah, it was something about that job made it like unbearable. I would have panic attacks just late at night by myself. I think there was a social aspect of it, but yeah. So damn, I that's yeah, that's part of the inspiration for my my comic about like weird, goofy creatures and kids.
For you not to be alone, do you want me to talk about my own I guess therapy like I guess experiences?
Only if you feel comfortable doing so. You don't have, we can also change subject either way.
I don't mind. I'm an open fucking book so long as you're okay with it.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Cause for me, for therapy, kind of like the first time Scribe stuff. It's like, okay, yeah, that's 1 hour done. Next session, conclusion. I have generalized anxiety. I am an anxious bitch about many things. So it's generalized among the many factors, not just social. Although I actually do fairly well in social, funnily enough. But it's a variety. And around that time, I was drowning in it. And I was like, wait, huh? Oh, so that's what that gnawing feeling in my stomach is. It's not me being hungry or not eating enough. It's something in here in my brain. That makes more sense now. And then in the next session, she's basically typing up a letter, though because she also has ADHD. My therapist had ADHD. She kind of forgot to do it on her own time, like on own other work time. So she literally that was what she did for the whole session. Gave it to me to give to my school to basically give me an easier time. But by then I turned into an adult, and basically I had to go back and myself just go onto her website, basically give her monies to continue doing sessions. But I was too filled with anxiety to do that. So I just
Yeah.
never went back. Now that I know one of my issues, I try to manage it myself with no medicine, no help, especially because probably majority of traditional medicines I cannot have because of my mother. Hi, Mr. Honeybee.
Yo, honeybee.
We're talking about my experience. That is an interesting time for you to come in.
We're keeping it real tonight on the Stellar broadcast.
On Stellar Broadcast. Yep. But hi, welcome. But yeah, I just never went back to therapy. And it's also because I'm the type to sit down and research on my own, and also
Yeah.
not really experiment, but just observe from my surroundings of like what makes sense, what happens. Like, for example, my friends reading body language. I would read their body language, see how they're feeling, etc. Like I would be the type to do that, not in a sick, twisted sense, and it's not something I go out looking for, but it's just simple observations. You don't. If you don't mind me asking, what's the most beautiful thing you've ever heard? Laughter. I honestly think, wholeheartedly, that laughter is the most beautiful thing I could ever hear. And that comes from anyone, whether it's a significant other, family, or even friends.
For me, it's this song called "Please Shit on My Dreams." No.
Bro, I just shared that song.
No,
Please shit on my
laughter is a really, yeah. I mean, not to steal your answer or anything.
He totally is.
Uh,
This guy right here.
it's hard to compete.
That's a very beautiful answer.
Yeah, it really is. Because yeah, I mean, laughter is like intoxicating.
But it means that the other person is enjoying themselves. They're actually having fun. And I don't mean a like fake laughter. I mean a genuine one where someone's actually like having fun, fully being themselves in that moment. For example, in those moments where you just cannot stop laughing when you're in your group of friends. You know? We've had some of those moments before in our group of friends where we just cannot stop laughing because of the amount of stupid crud we're saying. Like,
Yeah.
those are like the most amazing sound to me in the entire universe. because it's just good vibes.
Good vibes. Yeah.
Yeah. But if
That's
you
what
if
it's
you
all
wanted a
about.
song, it's a song called "Please Shit on My Dreams." I'm joking. But what would your answer be to that question, Mr. Honeybee? I'm curious
Hmm.
what you find to be the most beautiful thing ever heard. Any other things that you could think of other than laughter? Stealing my answer.
Mm-mm. Let's see.
If not, that's fine. Imitation's the best form of flattery. That's what I keep telling X7 anyway.
I think like the sound of oh man.
Oh, the most beautiful
Oh.
thing I've probably ever heard is hearing the words, "I'm proud of you."
I mean, yeah, that's those are
Even though I
powerful
don't know
words.
who you are, Mr. Honeybee, I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Mostly because people lurk in my chat.
Yeah.
Not really say much. But you speaking with me, and probably many of the other things that I don't know about, I'm proud of you.
Deserved.
You know what I'm also
I keep
proud of?
What are you proud of?
Humans.
Oh,
You came
thank you.
back after so long. And you still stuck around even after that. And the amount of stuff that you made, I'm just proud of it. Even though I have no contribution to it at all.
Oh, no, you contributed. Might not know it, but you contributed.
Within like the past few months, yeah.
Yeah.
Before, not at all. I don't think.
It would be weird if you did. Can you imagine? Like just cosmically.
You can say anything to the world, what would you say? Uh, that's not what I would say. Wait. Hmm. What would I say to the world? Hmm. Good vibes. I don't know. I'm very simplistic.
Hmm. I was trying to remember the quote that I said earlier. I was trying to steal from myself. Uh
Plagiarizing
but then I
yourself.
forgot it. It's like everything is cringe until it's based or something like that.
I wrote it down. I wrote it down. All cringe things has the potential to be based.
Yeah. That I mean, whatever I would say would basically be that. Like, um basically be easy on yourself. I think there's a lot of pressures in the world. Um but, you're going to go at your pace and that's enough.
Yeah. Maybe simple words that I would say better than good vibes would be like, "You got this." like reassurance for people
Yeah.
for whatever they're going through.
I like it.
Yeah. What about you, Mr. Honeybee? What would you say?
Mm.
As I'm sitting here trying to look up references to draw. Have you been multitasking, by the way?
Not really. I've been sitting here fucking stimming. I just have my wallet in front of me. I just flip it open and then close it.
That's what you do to stim?
Uh, actually, fuck. Now that now that you ask that, I do that kind of a lot.
Because for me, I just
Uh,
move my hands around a lot anyway, like in the air,
Yeah.
either like that or like cracking my knuckles and such. I would tell the world to be kind because that kindness will pay you back in a great mysterious way.
Mm,
That is true.
yeah.
That is true.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm mostly just vibing while we're talking here.
And stimming.
And stemming a little bit. Just a little bit stemming.
Just a little bit.
It kind of is. It kind of a wallet kind of is like like I've been sitting here flipping it open, taking cards out, putting cards back in, like it's basically a fidget toy. That's
Oh! Oh! Thank you for the follow, Mr. Honeybee.
yeah.
Yeah. Also, I just realized I need to move you back a bit. So I put that in the group. Okay, good. Because the giant ass TV with the raccoon kind of covered the thing of he followed.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of which, I actually need to put that on my to-do list of things I need to do in terms of drawing, which is the alerts. Because they're just the basic alerts from Streamlabs.
Hmm.
I put it on my Trello. Yes, I use Trello. Do you know about that?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Oh yeah. I used to use Trello a lot. I haven't had like a dedicated project that I've felt like I needed to. Um, Mostly because a lot of the projects that I've been doing as of late, I already kind of have like a lot of things arranged and different things. But when I was doing the game stuff, we would use Trello to kind of put tasks in and like move them around and stuff.
Mm.
It's great.
Right. Mr. Honeybee said, "Of course, you guys are very chill and have a very good vibe." Yeah.
I'm glad it comes through because that's how I feel about Star.
Huh?
Very chill, have a good vibe.
Yes.
And I kind of feel like we kind of have a similar wavelength.
He's my clone if you didn't know. That's me, but if I were a cat and also a guy.
The TV is in an you're watching an alternate dimension. It's like a mirror.
Let me just. I just realized I could do that. Like, that's it. I'm
Oh.
kicking you off.
I'm watching the stream, so it was delayed.
I don't know why it's delayed.
That's just is what it is.
Is what it is.
Yep. Yeah, we were talking about I don't know, everything. I couldn't itemize it. We went places.
We went everywhere.
It feels like one of those like late night conversations. You know, the real talk. When the real talk comes out.
It is kind of late. Not midnight late, but we're closing into midnight, at least my time.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah,
I'm
pretty
in the
soon.
future by 1 hour for him. That's another difference.
Future.
I'm in the
Yeah.
future.
You're gonna have to tell me what happens.
I'll let you know when nuclear fallout happens.
Oh my god. Hey, you're gonna die. Oh, sweet.
I'll let you know ahead of time. You got 1 hour.
That's a question.
What?
Midnight in an hour. What would you do if you heard you had 1 hour left to live?
For me,
I
it'd
would
be
just, like-
midnight in an hour and 50. So you have the same time as. Wait, no. Am I?
Midnight in an hour
What?
50. So it's 10:48 for me.
It's 11:48 for me. Hour and 52 minutes.
Okay, so he's
Huh?
he's actually like an hour behind me,
Ah,
I think.
32.
Yeah.
My clock is wrong. Okay, because I was confused because I was sitting there trying to math in my head, going like 52 minutes, and the time that we're looking at, my math ain't mathing. I mean, it still isn't as mathing, but close enough.
Yeah. We good.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's time zones be wildin'.
Yeah.
I will probably have to go for real.
Oh, now you're
soon.
leaving me for real.
No, not no. Just soon, okay? Just cause, work. And then Orlando.
And then we're
I can
partying
go.
tomorrow, right?
Hell yeah. Because it's X7's birthday party.
Oh shit, you right. I was saying that as a joke.
I forgot until just now.
I need to think up of a gift. What's your dream job? This. Streaming.
Mine, honestly, if I'm real with you, I don't actually know.
Huh.
Yeah. I've done a lot of creative things, but I don't know, like for a living, I don't know what I would want to do creatively. I mean, there's a lot of things that I would want to do, but I don't know. I mean, I guess the best thing that I could say about that is that I am doing what I would want to do,
Mm.
but I'm not being paid for it.
Yeah. Yeah,
uh,
that's part of the reason why I want to make streaming a thing, because with streaming you can go into variety of however you want, whenever you want, kind of thing.
yeah,
Like obviously you have to do some things to keep up with times, algorithm and such like that. But that's like in my eyes a small price to pay when I could sit down and do whatever else I want, because I have so many
yeah,
hobbies and so many obscure things that I could just present on stream, but I need to figure out how to showcase them, especially because most of them actually require my actual hands. So now I'm thinking of investing of a camera that is just overhead, so I people could see me doing stuff. My
that
dream job would also be
that's
streamer. It's been my dream job
th-
for 8 years now. Oh,
oh, that's one of the things that does appeal to me about streaming. Because I have like so many different interests and things that like maybe I could. Uh, I need to just do it. I need to just stream.
I mean,
Um,
there's honestly nothing holding you back.
there is nothing holding me back. I mean, there's the perfectionist side of me that wants to like make all these assets and like, I want to get ready. Um, so that part kind of holds me back, but even that, it's like, I mean, I could just do it, you know.
Mm. I want at least a PC to start streaming. I mean, honestly, I'm streaming from my laptop. Although, to be fair, this laptop was given to me for streaming purposes, funnily enough.
Hmm.
But it was a gift, so I'm gonna use it. And I've been just fine, even though, like, I have a janky as hell setup. But it works.
Gets the job done.
It gets the job done. I started with like a headset mic, and now because some mysterious person who donated money, I now have a mic, a proper mic
Wow.
that I can sound decent with for once. And I also invested already ahead of time a video capture card from other gifts. And also
Oh,
now I
sick.
have a second monitor, which is also kind of like a tablet kind of setup thingy. It's not an actual monitor. Then the saturation's kind of low, and it kind of bothers me whenever I notice it. Like right now.
We're moving on up. Moving
Yeah.
on up.
I would say I want to get another monitor, but at the same time, like I already have one, it's working. I'm not spending more money.
Mm.
I'm gonna say for a pre-built PC. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't have the time or mental capacity to think about building a PC at all.
Yeah, I've done it. My dad, like, he used to build a lot of PC. Like he's very, very much a tech nerd.
Mm.
So I've accumulated some knowledge through osmosis. So I
Mm.
can build a PC. I haven't done it too many times though. I've only done it like the one that I have currently. I don't think I've had the same PC for like a long ass time. I've definitely replaced parts in it though. So there's some of that knowledge, and then I'm doing like a certificate for like IT stuff. You know,
Ooh.
just as an extra thing. It's not really like my passion, but since I have a lot of, knowledge in it already, might as well.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie.
Uh,
When I worked in the office, IT guys, in my opinion, were the cool guys because they had games. They got like cool stuff. Like on their lunch breaks, they would go to like the break room, and not break room. I guess like the room where they hold the big meetings. But they're not always holding meetings there. So during lunchtime or like whenever they have break, they literally put in their like PCs, hook them up to the big screen TVs that are usually meant for like meetings, and play games there.
oh
I've
hell yeah.
actually joined in and like them playing Smash Bros. As well as with the company son, or like company person who's the head of the company's son. Like he would also join in the games, and it was just weird sitting there as like a lowly worker, fighting alongside someone of higher position of me. It was nuts.
Yeah, IT guys know how to have fun.
Yeah, they do. But all the other people kind of view them a little bit as losers. I'm like, y'all don't know how to have fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But also, I let my brother build my PCs. Because he's more smart than me in that aspect. I'm more creative. Well, he is also
It's
creative in his own right, but he's a little stagnated.
the biggest thing with PCs, like the biggest hurdle with building PCs is ensuring that you're getting parts that are compatible with like a regular show character. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that totally.
Honestly, you would be just a floating head. Like there was already
Yep.
Garrett Bobby Ferguson, the giant
Yeah.
floating head. Please
Yeah,
draw Mittens with like human arms and legs just coming out of the body, just like him. That's coming out of the fur. Please.
Shit, yeah. I might have to do that now.
I want to know what that looked like.
I already was like thinking like, what if Mittens just had human arms? Like, how fucking weird would that look?
Oh, thank you, Kofi.
But yeah, with building PCs, getting parts that are compatible, that's like really the big thing. The rest of it legitimately is like building Legos.
Mm.
It's simple if you know how to ensure that you're getting the right parts, and there are websites that'll actually do that for you nowadays. So, it's not as hard as it used to be. But yeah, that's it. It be what it be.
Mm.
There are also sometimes people are cursed to have tech issues, so that also can happen sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, hi, V.
Cause yeah.
Mittens
Oh, what's
came
up,
back.
V?
I may or may not
I
have went
returned.
to V's chat and asked him if I could play Stardew with him when you were gone for that one quick
Uh-huh.
thing that we thought was gonna take a while.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like a thing, like a deal, and it just wasn't. So I
Yeah.
was able to
So
return.
he came back. I plugged in back the TV, and he's back like the goober he is.
Well, I probably have to go. For real
Yeah.
this
It is
time.
getting late on my end also, so I may have to also dip.
But as always, it's been a blast. I'm glad we could have this like group therapy session.
Group therapy.
No, for real, it was good. It was good to talk and vent and talk and yeah.
It was very nice meeting you guys. It was very nice meeting you too, Mr. Honeybee.
Yeah.
Yes, great questions.
Yeah. No, those were really, really good. Some head scratchers.
Well, to me, some of them were head scratchers, but some of the other ones were like I already thought ahead of time. Like for example, what's your favorite sound in the world? And I'm like, no one's gonna ask me that, but now I have an answer. And now today
Wow.
was the fated day where someone asked.
You had that one just in your back pocket, ready.
Yeah, I had it ready because it is true. It is fully true.
Yeah.
My
No,
favorite
straight
sound
up, man.
is laughter. Because it means good vibes, good times. You know? But yeah, I'll leave you alone now. I'll leave you in peace without just me being a nuisance. A helpful nuisance.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's I think it's being a nuisance isn't always a nuisance. Not always. And also sometimes you think you're being a nuisance when really it's like the first thing that you have ever said. Cuz that'll be me. Like if I say one thing, I'm like I've already said a thing. If I say another thing, then that means I've said too much.
That's how I feel like when I was asking someone for a collab, going like, "Hey, collab," and then they haven't responded in a bit. So then I send another message today, and
I
I'm
can
like, "I
read
said
that
too
poem.
much."
That's how
Oh yeah.
I'll end. Yeah.
Let me pipe down the music so people can hear you. Yeah, the
Okay.
floor, my guy.
All right. Let me scroll. Do. Scroll. Okay. I contextualized it as almost like your spirit speaking. I called the poem "Spirit Speaking" for anxious seers, and goes like this. If no sign, word, or symbol is seen, then nothing means nothing. No need to be mean. No need to be sad. No need to be crass. Let nothing roll off you like wind through the grass. Be one with the truth. You can't know for sure. The state of their side is fully obscure. So send out your message and busy yourself. Put wishes and worries on top of the shelf. If nothing still happens, then give nothing back. It's not out of spite, but simply a lack. Not good, not bad, not anything, see? 'Cause nothing means nothing. That's all it can be. And there you go.
Yeah.
I would tell myself a lot of the times when I would be in situations where maybe I'm waiting for something, a response or something, and I'm being super anxious about it. I would just kind of tell myself, well, nothing means literally nothing. It's not good. It's not bad. It's just nothing. You know.
Mm.
Um, and if it's at this point where I feel like I can't send anything, or then I don't need to send something. Like if I'm getting nothing, then I can give nothing, and it's not an indictment. It's not it, it's literally nothing. And I think that has kind of helped me in situations where like I can feel the anxiety building, and I'm like, okay, well, like let's pull it back. Nothing is nothing. Um, so I've already sent my thing. If they get back, that's good. If they don't, then that's what happens.
Nothing is impossible. The word itself says, I'm possible.
Hmm.
Audrey Hepburn. Burn. Hmm.
But yeah, basically, that poem is basically just saying, chill. It's fine. It'll be all right. You sent your message. Now we see.
Hmm. All right. Now get out of here. You gotta sleep.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm thoroughly dispelled. Um, I will see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night. All right. I'm gonna put away that TV. Oh, yeah. And now it's just me. But I also have to sleep in like an hour. But I also want to sleep. Thank you for everyone that came by. I really appreciate it. And I will be here tomorrow. So, see you and stay weird.